All right, good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Planning Board and valued community representatives, I welcome you all to this evening's of the Assembly of the Saco Planning Board. As chairman, it is my privilege to convene this gathering dedicated to the thoughtful planning and development of our community. Today, we come together with a shared commitment to shaping the future of our city in a manner that reflects our values, respects our heritage, and fulfills the needs of our residents both now and in the future. Our agenda tonight contains important matters, each requiring our careful consideration, expertise, and collaboration. As we engage in our deliberations, let us remember the profound impact these decisions will have on the lives of all, keeping in mind that we are residents like you. It is our duty to maintain transparency, fairness, and inclusivity in our proceedings, ensuring that the voices of all are heard and respected. Together, we must embrace the responsibility entrusted to us by our community, working diligently and thoughtfully to chart a course that fosters growth, prosperity, and harmony. With that, I would like to call this meeting of the Saco Planning Board to order, Tuesday, June 16th, 2026, and I look forward to the productive discussions and meaningful outcomes that lie ahead. Thank you. With us this evening, we have myself, Matt Provenzel, the chair of the board, and to my left, we have our vice chair, Joyce Leary Clark, and planning board members Jeff Bruscio and Catherine Palini, and then to my right, Jim Moyer and Chris Gagnon. With us this evening also are our staff members, Lisa Harmon, our planning compliance manager, and our city planner, Charles Tettleman, along with our Ward 7 council liaison, Nathan Johnson. Our first item on our agenda this evening is the review of our past meeting minutes from June 2nd, 2026. Do board members have any questions, comments, or edits on this document? Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one minor correction. On the second page, I believe it's the 9th paragraph down. If we could just correct Jeff Labonte to Jason Labonte, I think would be appropriate. Thank you.
Noted.
With that, Mr. Chair, I would move to adopt the draft meeting minutes as amended this evening.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Abstain.
I'll vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with one abstention. Our next item on our agenda this evening, it's a little bit out of order from our printed document here. We had a little bit of software issues from my understanding, but per our most recently adopted and revised SOP, we will have our next item will be reviewing the after the fact packet. And we have a few items here. Charles, do you want to give us a brief summary on those?
So in your after the fact packet, we have 3 public comments coming in on 321 Lincoln Street. So we have, those are all in here. After our 12 o'clock deadline, we did receive another from public comment from Inga Brown on the ecology school, and per the SOP that will be uploaded tomorrow morning as part of the agenda packet. But none of these really have, those are the only ones. The only ones for active business tonight would be the 321 Lincoln Street.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions for staff at this time on these few notes here? Do board members want to discuss this, adopt it? I guess this is our first time reviewing the after-the-fact packet in our
So I'll
order
just-
of business, so I'd like
I can
to-
provide a little guidance here,
Sure,
too.
go ahead.
This is just a moment to say if you guys want to edit the agenda for any reason, for any particular reason, if you receive substantial comments or things like that, this would be opportunity to say, hey, I need more time to review this. But also, these were also mostly emailed directly to you, except one or two of them. But this would be the opportunity if you got, like, say, 10 or 11 things that you wanted to digest that just came in today. So just to note it, I don't think you guys need to take any action on it unless you felt that you would need to change the agenda or you wanted more time to review certain items.
Sure, so I'm just thinking here and trying to organize my words a little bit better. So, do board members find any reason to not have these documents included in our discussion tonight or for consideration? Joyce?
I think that this is a small enough quantity of paper that it's easy enough for us to review and include in the meeting packet. I had received at least the Nathan Johnston letter earlier in the day. So I'm comfortable that we have enough time to review, but I'm happy to be wrong.
I concur with Joyce. I feel like we've had time to review and can discuss it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And other board members? Other thoughts? And Charles, the applicant got a copy of this information as well?
They have it here today.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so continuing with our agenda, our next item would be our consent agenda items, and we do not have any items within our consent agenda this evening. So with that, we will move to our planning board public hearing guidelines. Our planning board public hearing guidelines is a document developed by the board and city staff outlining the procedure in place for a public hearings held. This explains the purpose of the public hearings and the outline procedure of reviewing an application, public comment presentation, and meeting duration. If anyone has any questions on this document, please let us know, and we can do our best to answer those appropriately. This is a document provided hard copy, typically at the rear of the auditorium, as well as online. So with that, we will move to our next item, which would be 7 typically, which is our public comment period. Our public comment period is an opportunity to hear from members of the public. We limit this agenda item to a total of 15 minutes for items or topics not under planning board review. The planning board appreciates public comment and recognizes that the public comment about matters before it can help the board understand neighborhood concerns, review an application, or help understand additional items. Those wishing to make statements about an application currently under planning board's review is asked to provide those statements during the applicable public hearing period. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. However, if there are multiple members of the public looking to speak, we may reduce that time to accommodate all speakers. So if there's anyone with us this evening that would like to speak to the board about any general planning items, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and we will collect those comments and address them accordingly.
Good evening. My name is Inga Brown. I live at 161 Simpson Road. I am speaking quickly this evening on, I guess, item 8, the Planning Department update, and this is for the traffic monitoring report that I think Planner Tettleman will be speaking about. I do have a handout for the board, if that's okay, if I may come forward and give that to you.
Yes, as long as we can get a copy for the record, of course.
Very quickly, I'm sure this afternoon you might have noticed that you received an email from Deborah Hilton and myself, and that is just a simple, this is separate from the handout for a moment, but just a forward of the 10-page zoning complaint that Ms. Hilton and I filed with the city administrator and code enforcement officer Toomey on May 26th. We thought it was important that you also had a copy of that with the exhibits. And while that is more a council purview item, I think it's very important, and I hope that the staff, council, and city attorney will be supportive of the planning board decision from February 3rd. So as you probably know, if you're a new board member as well, every quarter the ecology school is required to have traffic monitoring, and you have the latest report here tonight in your packet. What I provided for you on the handout is the full language. If you look at the bottom of the handout, is the full language of condition number 9, and I have made some comments about that language. My comments are at the top of the handout, and my font is so small, I need to take my glasses off. I want to just bring to your attention that the condition number 9, as approved by the board on November 3rd, 2020, did require for the busier periods of the ecology school traffic to be monitored. However, the language of the condition doesn't say that the later afternoon period is the only period to be monitored. It says it should be included. That would mean that several different time periods should be monitored, and I'd like to bring that to your attention. Moreover, the ecology school, the consultant, the traffic consultant, if you look at the language from condition number 9, the consultant is supposed to reach out to the ecology school for a list of events. What are events that will generate traffic? And for the past 3 years or so, those consultants have, in my view, gotten a little soft, and the only way they choose these events to monitor is to go to the ecology school website, to their public calendar. And I would like to draw that to your attention. The public calendar only includes public events. It does not include certain conferences. It does not include private rentals. It does not include any of the retreat center items that the school is now engaged in. So this concerns your oversight as planning board, because the condition was to monitor events of different varieties, different time periods that will generate traffic. And you cannot have accurate traffic monitoring if you are not looking at the totality of different events that are offered. There are now weddings, private contracted events. If you look at page 2 of your handout, I provided for you an event that I know about as a teacher myself. I received these emails from a wonderful group, the Maine Farm NC to School organization, about getting fresh food into schools. This event is July 17th, and this is an example of an event that does not show up on the public calendar on the ecology school website. This is certainly one of many traffic generating events, but if the consultant is only, in my view, being kind of lazy and going to the website looking for events, it's not an accurate picture. I'm going to ask you, please, to consider that. You have authority here with this condition and what the traffic monitoring was supposed to monitor. And in my view, the monitoring has been paper compliance. And I know that I and my neighbors are very concerned about the increase in traffic, and these reports that are only targeting the late afternoon. If you look at the results, and I'm not sure if have other reports, I guess I'll ask the question. I know you can't give me an answer now, but during your discussion later with Planner Tettleman, Have you received prior quarterly reports? Have those been reported out to you? That would be my question. I've certainly read them. I request them and I read them. And the traffic numbers are 1 car, 2 cars. And quarter after quarter after quarter, those reports are not capturing the real impact of all of the conferences, all of the school events, all of the private contracted events that are occurring at the school. And that was the purpose of the monitoring. And if those numbers were to trip the warrant for the turn lane, that turn lane was supposed to be built. And we know what's the story with that right now, and I won't go into that part of my presentation. But I would ask you to consider my comments at the top of that handout. And lastly, thank you for the time. I have a printout of the Ecology School website. This is the public calendar where the consultant would go. And there is an open farm day in July. There is a retreat for educators that people can sign up for. And there is a party, a fundraising scholarship party in October. But again, the event that I gave to you from the Farm to Sea event is not located on the calendar. It is a separate event that people would not know about, specifically the traffic consultant. So I hope that was clear for you, and I am requesting further questions and clarity so that the traffic monitoring can be reflective of the language of condition number 9, that the consultant must reach out to the school. What are your events that are traffic generating over the next couple of months? The consultant, of course, does not tell the Ecology School which event is being monitored per the language, but I just remembered my last thing, and I'll wrap it up. The other big issue, if you look at your report when you get to that part of the agenda, the event is no longer recorded on the traffic report by the consultant VHB. Historically speaking, the traffic report tells you the time, the date, and what event was monitored. Was it a school event? Was it a conference? Was it a private retreat? The reports that the city is receiving from VHB no longer include the event, the name of the event, the type of the event. That is critical information for transparency. What type of event did generate traffic? What type of event did not generate traffic? And those patterns and that clarity is part of the reason for the monitoring. And for a compliance report, if it does not include which event was monitored, I find that extremely lacking and unclear. So I would ask that go back to the way the reports were generated. It would tell you what type of event it was, at least on that date. Schools that come in 2 to 3 buses, we know that school buses do not add a lot of traffic to Simpson Road. It is a type of traffic, and it is a larger type of traffic, but as far as volume goes, school events do not really generate traffic. So I'm not really sure why we would want to keep monitoring necessarily school events that don't generate that much traffic. But it is an effect on the road when you have 4 buses going down a narrow rural roadway. I appreciate the extra time. It was a lot to explain. Thank you, Chair, for that time.
Thank you. All right, seeing no additional participation, we will continue with our agenda this evening. We will move to our next item, which is our planning, applications, and review and public hearings this evening. Excuse me. Our first item within this agenda is 321 Lincoln Street, map 52, lot 19, and this is a continued public hearing and application review for final subdivision to create 94 single-family lots. And this is within the medium-density residential zoning district. Charles, anything to add on this item before we begin?
Yeah, so I think leaving where we were 2 weeks ago with this project, the remaining major issues were I wouldn't say issues, but remaining outstanding items included the construction sequencing and phasing plan. The applicant indicated they would get it into us. They got it into us right on time, and city staff reviewed it this week. Generally, we are very happy with the state that the phasing plan is in. A lot of the details that we requested were included. And I do want to just say at the forefront, this staff is really, I think it's been a good time getting it together, getting planning board feedback, getting staff feedback. And I'm, thanks for Drew and the applicant and Jason for getting that together on a short time frame to keep the process moving. We have included a lot of conditions of approval tonight that relate to this. Mainly our outstanding areas, things we want to see addressed, and things like that. Happy to go into any details. There are some pretty specific things that we did include in the conditions just so that everyone is on the same phase. So happy to go through that with the board and things like that. Sorry, getting over sickness still. The other item that we talked about last week was the sidewalks. As I wrote in the memo, there was general consensus of the planning board that extending it from Lincoln all the way to the intersection of Skyline and Evergreen felt that it was outside of that reasonable distance threshold. City staff have come back and, after hearing the conversations, we're still supportive of extending it at least to Skyline. So that was written in the memo, and I'm happy to provide a little bit more information on that as you get in. But really the two major items that we chatted about last week, are continue to be. Otherwise, the other elements of the application are all buttoned up.
Great, thank you. Board members, any additional questions for staff before we begin? Any conflicts or disclosures?
Mr. Chair, just to note, I did watch the video of the previous meeting, so
Sure.
feel ready to go.
Great, thank you, and Catherine as well.
I did as well, yes.
Great, thank you. All right, well, with that, we'll turn it over to the applicant.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Drew Gagnon with Goral Palmer representing Big Ledge LLC. As Charles mentioned, happy to answer any questions on the construction management plan that was submitted. Applicant Jason's also here tonight in case there's some specific construction questions that the board has. Just following up on the sidewalk, we're pretty adamant, which was presented 2 weeks ago, that we feel like the sidewalk scope meets the intent of the ordinance, and that's currently what's being presented tonight. Moving forward, just a few, I'll say, condition of approval items that we took a look at, and I just wanted some clarification questions and for the board's consideration for tonight. There was some reference to street turnover relative to 70% certificates of occupancies. We want to note that we understand that to be per phase, not necessarily for the entire project, which is kind of the whole intent here. So just wanted to mention that. And it's also understanding that trash pickup happens upon the first CO. There was some language in there regarding 70%. Every subdivision this applicant's constructed, a trash pickup has been right away when the first CO. So maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding there. Finding of fact number 11 was related to surveying foundations. We talked about this during preliminary subdivision, and that should be, I think, corrected just to, if a house is within 5 feet of a setback. We thought it was unnecessary a few months ago when we went through this to survey every single foundation on every single lot if not even remotely close to the setback, and one of the conditions of approval from preliminary was for within 5 feet of a setback, so I just requested that gets updated to what the preliminary finding was. And then in finding of fact number 14, the sidewalk on Bradley to Tasker was included with Phase B in that language. Our CMP plan presented this as Phase C, which is the last phase. Reason being that the construction access road on Bradley, we talked about, will be cut back, and so it won't even be active. It won't even be an opportunity for the residents of this project in first phases to get to Bradley if it's a construction route. So we don't see the relevance of it tying it to Phase B. That's why we tied it to Phase C. Not sure if that was an error or it was intentional, but I guess we'd request it goes to Phase C. It just makes sense from an actual pedestrian usage perspective. Other than that, we had some comments related to subphasing. So what we did, if the board recognizes, we had 5 phases originally we were starting, and pending some city staff, public works, and board feedback, we narrowed that down to 3 phases. That's really relative to street acceptance and project overall timeline. The sub-phase was really just relative to infrastructure getting built out to serve the houses. I don't want to get it too bogged down and confusing about that. We're happy to work with the city and public works on exactly what's being constructed during the pre-construction meetings. It was just relative to understanding that there could be just different legs of roads built at different times, just simply under construction sequencing scenarios. So I hope that wasn't too confusing, but it was really just relative to that. The 3 phases presented are more intended for street acceptance and petition for street acceptance to the city of Saco, and that's what we felt like the construction phasing plan was put together for. So with that, happy to answer any questions, and I'll turn it back to the chair. I do request a vote tonight for final subdivision, an affirmative vote, and we look forward to discussing that further with the board. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicant at this time?
Chair, if I may just jump in right at the top.
Sure.
I just want to address the 70%. That is reflected in the memo, but it shouldn't be reflected in the conditions of approval. So that was, as I was drafting it, that 70% is from a different municipality, and it's not the standard for street acceptance here. I think it's sometimes used as a general guideline. So I did remove those. Those aren't reflected in the conditions of approval. Happy to, as we talk tonight, go through the findings and edit those out because those shouldn't have remained. I took them out from the conditions, but if they're in the memo, that's just me not editing the memo. But I'm going to go through the findings as we kind of chat tonight and pull it out because that's not supposed to be in there. Something I caught at least in the conditions of approval, but noted.
All right, thank you. And Charles, I'm trying to find that quickly. Do you know off the top of your head what condition that fell under?
It's not in the findings, it's in the memo. So the
Oh,
memo,
I see what you're saying.
the findings aren't copy and pasted over. A lot of similar language in there. But as I was reviewing the findings, the 70%. So I'm not seeing them right now in the findings of fact. But the condition of approval, and sorry, there's a couple others. I think there's just the ongoing one,
Sure,
it's
so the
number 13 is the one that captures that. So instead of it being, it's just prior to street acceptance, the applicant shall be responsible for providing and maintaining those services. It's not 70%. So that it gives us it's still attached to the phase. So if the city council does accept, say, phase A, for example, that's when the services would be handled over, and that's usually discussed during the street acceptance process. But the 70% is just, it's in the memo, but that's not what.
Sure, that was just in the memo during
Yeah.
in the approval criteria that we reviewed
Yep.
towards. So that's, okay, so that's understood. Board members, any questions? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just wanted to touch base. I heard Drew's comments about questioning the solid waste pickup at certificate of occupancy. Is that how I interpreted? Your interpretation is that the city would be responsible for solid waste pickup after a certificate of occupancy is issued?
Yeah, our understanding is every subdivision that the applicant has performed in the city, basically the second there's a CO and someone's moved in, the city will pick it up regardless of the road acceptance if it's going to be accepted in the future.
So I was just a little surprised because we usually make sure that there's a private haulers agreement in our conditions.
Right.
And if the board feels like that's correct, then we would have to amend that condition of approval 13, because it states that they're responsible and it cannot be transferred on to an HOA. That
Yeah.
responsibility can't be transferred to the homeowners, so.
Right, so typically that's not fully, it's partially true that at CO is a time the city will accept it. We were looking at this as, because it's a little complicated, the final layout of the site is supposed to have the city, like when it's all built out, all accepted, the city will be providing those services. When we were looking at these interim phases, there were concerns about getting trash trucks in there. Would Casella even take it? Would we end up going with a private waste hauler contractor anyway? So as part of the interim phase, and that's why we left it as prior to street acceptance, we felt that the operation of the site would be better served if in that interim, if a CO was issued, it was still up to the applicant or homeowners association. Just because there is going to be a homeowners association, we don't want to rely on street acceptance to do it, because looking at phases A and B, we don't want to assume that the city council will just accept it. So our approach is a little bit more proactive, and this is for these types of developments. We were looking at, we figured that this would be a good approach to this, to avoid any future issues, any difficulties with getting our waste hauler to do that on that site, especially if, Phase A was looking at it. Because Phase A, I can pull up the phasing plan in a second, we added the dead-ended streets, and we don't know if our waste truck would be there. And we, in lieu of asking for a bunch of different, oh, sorry, please. Oh, yeah, that's for planning board. Please keep the water away from there. That would have angered a client. We just want to be sure that the site is, at least waste hauling is accepted, and then if at the time of street acceptance, that's when the city would fully take over the services, we felt that given the phased approval of this would work. Allow the city to be pretty hands-off in the interim phase until acceptance, and I think it would be a little bit smoother operating, because with our standard waste haulers, we were unsure if they would even meet turning templates. We weren't asking for turning templates for those turnarounds and things like that. So it's just to avoid a lot of difficulties that the city has experienced elsewhere in similar situations. This is the way we kind of drafted this condition of approval.
All right, thank you. Jeff, did that answer your question, or?
No,
Is your concern, or-
absolutely. I just wanted to make sure that the whole board was clear, because very often we were leaning, I always was having the applicant handle the private hauling until the street was accepted. That's been pretty much standard in my view, so thank you.
Any other thoughts or questions from board members? So as far as the few items that we requested from the applicant to return back to us, that being the phasing plan and that construction management plan, any questions or comments from board members on that update? Jeff?
I just wanted to comment, Drew, very well done. It was nice to have a 63-page document that was a little bit more manageable, very clear and concise. Sometimes your organization can produce very massive manuals. So I thought it was exactly what we were looking for, and very, very easy to understand each step. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members? Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo Jeff's comments, because I reviewed that very carefully, and it looks like there's a lot of thought put into the phasing and from 3, down from 5 to 3, which makes a lot more sense, and the way you have it set up seems like it would be pretty efficient. So I also appreciate all that work you guys did.
Thank you, Jim. Any other board member thoughts? It was well explained, Drew. I think it was very welcomed and clear. So I think that was exactly what the board was looking for. So with that, if there are no other thoughts or comments, questions, concerns on that, I guess, Charles, do you want to talk about the sidewalk more, or do you want to turn it over to board discussion first, or?
Yeah, I'm happy to provide whatever is you want. I was just double checking too on a few other things before jumping into sidewalks. Just on the conversation conditions, I think we can update the surveying condition to be within 5 feet. I do recall that conversation at preliminary. So I'll remind the board that that is an option. And then the Taster Street Phase B to C, just some of our logic behind here. We wanted to see that typically our site plan expirations are 3 years. With this phased approval, we were hoping we could see elements of the project built out in the anticipated 5 years. So while not waiting for all the sidewalks to be constructed at the end, like we would thinking that, yes, the site won't be, I hear what the applicant's saying about the construction entrance in Phase B, but we do feel that at least that sidewalk is still serving a purpose. So having ultimately end goal of getting the connection from Lincoln Street to Bradley within 5 years was our initial intent, but just with Phase C, that will open up. But having the off-site improvements a little earlier so that we're seeing those. But that was just where we were going with condition of 14, making sure that we do have that, getting those off-site improvements, but happy to have that conversation with the board. And the sub-phasing is more of just of a document cleanup thing more than anything, because some of the phasing plan still showed 5, and just to clear it up, so there's no like confusion with what, but there's like a general condition to finalize it with city staff, the phasing construction management plan.
All right, thank you. Back to the board. Any other thoughts, questions? Joyce?
Well, I would like some clarification from the applicant that having the Tasker Street connection done in Phase B will work for them. Does it make sense to go through this step by step?
Yeah, so I guess the whole point of kind of doing the phasing was doing more of a construction entrance so that we wouldn't have people kind of coming in from the Route 5 and kind of interfering with the dump trucks. And so now we're getting comments saying, why can't we have the off-site sidewalks done on Phase B, which now you're basically telling the people they should walk down a construction entrance. So I'll leave this completely up to you guys. I'll do it at Phase B or C, but to me, the whole purpose why I wanted to do the construction entrance was for safety, is to keep the kids especially, when they get their little e-scooters and they're running up and down the roads behind the dump trucks. Now you're kind of saying, hey, here's a sidewalk, and now you're just kind of inviting them into the construction zone. So to me, Phase C makes sense if we're looking at this as a safety point of view, but that's kind of how I kind of envisioned it.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts from board members? Yeah,
Mr.
Jim?
Chair, I believe this is also scheduled for a public hearing tonight,
Yes, sir.
and if it's appropriate, I'll move to open the public hearing.
I would second that motion.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on opening the public hearing for this item? All right, those in favor, Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to open the public hearing for this item. If anyone is with us this evening that would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and we will collect comments and address them accordingly.
I'm Melissa Field, and I live at 160 Bradley Street, and I wanted to
provide some more clarity on the topic that I talked about the last time, which was the issue of street sweeping. So I took a look at the construction management plan that was put in the packet, I guess, on June 5th. And on page 17, item 7, the developer references that the streets will be swept to control mud and dust. And then also on page 36 of that PDF, another document, talks about public roads should be swept immediately, no less than once a week. Well, as I reported out last time, the development across the street from this one in April, they did exactly this. They swept to control mud and dust, and they were doing it more times than once a week. And yet it turned out to be a real problem. And so when Travis Moore got involved in the process and had the developer rent a machine, or I guess it would be considered a vehicle, that got the job done, what they used was a vacuum street sweeper. And I want to go over the details of what that involved. A vacuum street sweeper basically has 3 components. The first is a water system. It is a fine spray nozzle applied a targeted mist of water to the pavement, and that acts as a dust suppressant. Then there's the brushes, rotating circular brooms reach into the curb and gutters and scrub the surface to dislodge packed down mud and sand. And then finally, the vacuum system, which pulls the debris straight up into a large hopper. So that's the system that worked to basically take care of what was street sweeping, dry sweeping, which was creating an airborne cloud of dirt and dust that had to be cleaned from the residents' properties. So I would make the request that the planning board have a more thorough discussion with the developer about dry sweeping versus this vacuum street sweeper, which is involving a water system, the brushes, as well as a vacuum system, because that was the system that finally did the job on Bradley Street in April. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Brown, 161 Simpson Road. I believe that creative solutions and compromise are always at the front of partnerships. And while I understand some of the concern that Mr. Labonte shared with children sort of being invited to be on sidewalks, you know, a construction project is a big deal, but life doesn't stop for people in the neighborhood. And I'm not sure exactly of the construction daily timetable, but certainly weekends still exist and evenings exist when I think the construction does come to a halt at some point. And there are also construction projects where existing sidewalks are already there, but the developer has to mitigate sidewalk safety, temporary sidewalk safety tools to maybe divert pedestrians or to have them walk in a different way. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think it's very possible with some compromise that the sidewalk could be at Tasker Street, could be completed in Phase B. I also have been reading the packets, and I know from the history of this project that connectivity, pedestrian safety, and the children that are walking not only in the existing neighborhoods, but in the new neighborhood that will be created, I think that our city has moved forward quite powerfully with a lot of safety, pedestrian safety model projects, research. We try things out, and our community is absolutely committed. Everyone that I speak with is talking about pedestrian safety and bicycle safety. So I think for a project of this size, I would like to see the developer commit to some part of the sidewalk, either in Phase B of Tasker Street or connecting at least up to the end of Skyline Drive, and the city could then have the goal of furthering that sidewalk. But I think it's a reasonable request, and I know that it is a topic that everyone that I talk to is committed to seeing developers be treated fairly, but also to go a little bit above and beyond in partnership with the city to create these networks. I drive Route 5 every morning on the way to school, and I am delighted at all of the walkers that I see in that area, in those neighborhoods. It is a very beloved neighborhood and with lots of people out and about. So I'd ask you to be creative, be firm, be fair, but to really make sure that the citizens of Saco and of that neighborhood end up with a result that everyone is comfortable with and proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening. My name's Ken Stutman. I live at 45 Forest Street. I'm going to piggyback off of some comments of the previous speaker. But before I do that, and I want to say, in all due respect, I've worked with, as a landscape architect with Coral Palmer on other projects, not this one in particular, but so I do respect their office, but I'm here to poke some holes. Walkability is a big issue. I moved here 25 years ago, lived in 4th Street, as I said, worked downtown, and so I walked to work every day. And I could tell you every pothole, every crack in that sidewalk. And I think Saco should set the standards of walkability. I mean, that is a major carrot for bringing in new families, young people, old people to walk. We all should walk. So I think if it's a phase, whichever phase it is, it's not, I don't think it's a phase thing. I think it's just, you should do this. This is you should start putting gold standards on things. As a landscape architect, I would look at this development and say, you know what, is this a neighborhood? If it is, where is the heart of the neighborhood? The neighborhood is, right now, is forested tree land, right? That is what is known, right? So right now, the development, I think, as drawn up, should be thought of as a neighborhood. And that neighborhood is, again, connected to walkability. You should be able to walk to Diamond Park. You should be able to walk downtown. Right? The other point I would need some clarification on as I scroll on the site plan with arguably a very mini phone is drainage. And maybe, Drew, you could expel on this, but I see a lot of circles which just say temporary drainage or temporary storage, water storage or retention areas, particularly like on the Forest Street side. So lot 28, 29, there's a temporary storage. But that gets pulled out because on that site plan there's a house. Okay, so if you think about water, right now water is going into the sponge, which is the wetland, even though it's insignificant or however you want to define it, but it is significant in terms of the area draining. It's a sponge. Right now when you put development on it, that sponge gets wringed out. You no longer have the sponge. So when you pull out the temporary and you put a house that is right on a wetland or even a water course that leads into some of the properties that are on budding Forest Street, where's that water going? It's got to be contained on this project. just professionally, that's what you have to do. So I guess I would like to put some skin in the game and hear from either the developer or the civil to say, yeah, we're keeping all the water on this property and we're not impacting abutters, because I don't really see it on the plans so far. And then the last one I would notice is I walked, last Sunday, walked with my dog past Kimball Health, is you could really hear the turnpike. You hit Kimball, and it is like, you can hear it. So the forest, the trees right now, are acting as a buffer, a noise buffer from the forest. So just so everyone's clear, what you're getting is you're going to get housing, but you're going to get increased noise from the turnpike, because those trees that are coming down are the noise buffer. So there's really no way to change it, but just it's more like a, hey, is this what Saco wants? So with that, I'll end.
Great, thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Mary Elizabeth Carolyn. I live at 50 Forest Street. And I was here at last meeting, talked to you folks about the drainage issues with my yard being the lowest one on Forest Street. Everything drains into my backyard or into the stream behind my house, which is where lot 28, 29, and 30 are. There's house lots there. And like Ken said, you go and build a house, and it's right on the verge of a wetland. The people that buy it, oh, here's a low spot. Let's mow the lawn and throw all the debris in the low spot. And then it gets filled in. Where does that water go? Well, the stream goes onto my property. It comes right up to the edge of my property before it goes back out and goes down and goes out the wetlands down further and down the street. I spoke with the city engineer last week, or the week before last, and he said he was going to look into it and get back to me. He did not get back to me, so I called him and said, what's the story? And he said, the wetlands behind your house are insignificant wetlands. They're not considered wetlands according to the state, but it's still a wetland. It's a wetland on my property, or on the edge of my property, and my property is going to become a pond with these lots built right up to the edge, to where the wetland is, where the insignificant wetlands are. I'm very concerned about that. The other thing that hit me the other day was I was here during the Flatley development issues that we went through and all that, and the previous developer wanted to build in there too, and 94 houses. That's a lot of houses. And there's no green space. That place is a beautiful green space right now, and there's no green space for the kids that are going to be raised in those houses, those 94 houses. We live on Forest Street, which is a dead end, which I love, because we're all a neighbor. We're a neighborhood. You walk up and down the street, and pretty much everybody on my dead end knows each other, knows where they work, knows, says hello, out walking their dogs on the street. The kids are playing in the street because there's no properties for them to play on. A month ago, I'm sitting in my living room and I'm seeing flashlights flying up in the air, and I was like, oh, the kids are outside playing. So I look out and they're playing and they're running around playing flashlight tag. Well, next thing I know, they're running through my backyard, because I happen to have a lot and a half. And so that's where they want to play, because they have grass to run on. And then looking at this this development as compared to the other ones at least had a green space where you could go and you take your dog and walk or whatever. But now we only going to give them sidewalks? So we're going to have kids playing in the street. So that's another concern of mine. But my big concern for you folks is I just really don't want my yard to become a pond. And I'm afraid that's what's going to happen when all these temporary sediment catch basins get pulled, and the people that bought the house that these temporary sediment basins were built on are going to fill them in, and there's not going to be any place for the water to go. I also mentioned to the engineering department that when they redid our road last year, that they changed the pitch of the road. So the pitch is now coming towards my house, or towards my side of the road, as before it went to the other side where there was a catch basin. So now the water comes down and it runs down into my property. So I'm just really concerned that I really want to make sure that I don't become a pond. I don't want to be Forest Street Pond. And somebody said to me jokingly, well, you always wanted a swimming pool, you can swim there. And I said, yeah, with all the snakes and toads and everything else, not my cup of tea. I really appreciate all the hard work that all of you've done over the how many years have we been doing this about this piece of property? 5, 6 years. I really appreciate all your hard work, but I really hope that Saco remains a city where we can enjoy where we live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Ian, and as you probably know, we own a lot of the property beyond Skyline Drive, pretty much from there almost down to the next probably 50 more acres of land. And most of the drainage, at least goes off on that side, comes right down through my lower land, and I don't have a problem with that. I think that I'm sure that they've got that engineered, so that's going to end up out in the river. And in general, I don't have a problem with anything. I think they've gone through a lot of hoops. I think they're a good group of guys. I'm just a little bit confused with, what's going to happen with the sidewalk and what isn't going to happen with the sidewalk, because that's been my concern all along. I don't think Saco puts enough money into sidewalks. And just, so how do we get there? I've been trying to get involved with some meetings, and there really hasn't been any. I see Charles continues to say something like in his last statement is the staff still continues to support getting at least down the Skyline Drive. There was some $45,000 worth of other money that was out there. Now, whether that's saved for Skyline Drive or whether that goes to get that piece of the sidewalk. And obviously, Chapter 18, under sidewalks, it says that reasonable, going all the way down Skyline Drive surely isn't reasonable, but it says sidewalks through destinations such as a bus stop. Well, there's a bus stop on the corner, has been forever, and I go to the health club 2 or 3 days a week, and in the wintertime, or even now with these little bikes and stuff, it's pretty interesting in there. And you've got everything going in Biddeford, a lot more stuff that's going to be coming that way, and you've got the turnpike out there, so you're not going to get a better group than these guys to work out things. And just a little bit more, this all started with, this is an old Skyline Drive subdivision that was done by John Downing back '68. Then he got part of it done, and then I either passed away or went bankrupt. I ended up buying Paper Street subdivision just for protection over in that area, and that's where our superintendent Jeremy Ray lives. That's where Tom Milligan lives. I owned those lots at one time. I know. George Duty used to be the Humpty Dumpty guy, so the first 3 things down there. So I physically went out and explained that the city already has a good-sized easement around the pump station, and I had looked at it 3 or 4 days ago with Tom Milligan, who's been an engineer forever. He did all my stuff with BH2M. He's still a city engineer. He knows what he's doing. I've been doing it for 50 years, living in Saco off the Boom Road, hundreds of lots. So we walked out behind me, you know, within a foot or two. We got right at Tom's driveway. The pump station is right before that. So he owns the fee and anything around it if you need anything more. And basically, you can come from the corner up there where the kids stay on the bus stop, and you can get down past past Tom's property with a sidewalk behind. You can come down the front of George Duty's. I'm not saying that they should do it, but the city could do this, because there was something in the public records that says it's going to be very, very cost prohibitive to do that section. I don't see that section, Tom doesn't see that section any more cost prohibitive than, I mean, basically, you start up at the corner, you can get it, there's plenty of room up there to put a little bus thing, and then you come down by George Duty's fence, there's plenty of room there, and then when you get past his driveway, we have some sewer easements that come up from some of the stuff that we did on those other lots. You go by the front of Jeremy Ray's, and right at that point, you can go, there's 8.5 feet from the back of the pump station to the property line, and then the city has an easement. And on top of that, Tom Milligan said that he had told Travis that whatever the city needs for a quitclaim deed to get what they need for land that they're comfortable with, but I bet Tom was 8.5 feet out behind the pump station where it really started to fall off. So you could come, go right around that, stay behind Tom's mailbox and the next neighbors, and be up past the power line with not a whole bunch of effort by the city. So seeing that I have all this stuff, I'm going to share it again with Public Works. Hopefully something can happen so that in not too far into the phases, the sidewalk gets down to the corner of Skyline. I think from a safety point of view, that would be good for everybody. And not necessarily saying that they should fund the whole thing, but there's some money's there with the city. And a little piece that needs to happen with the station, I think $45,000 go quite a bit to protect the kids on the sidewalk, and you could probably get, if you had to go up with, if you drive down there after I've talked about this, go look across the street, because we own those lots over there also, and somebody's got a swimming pool over there, and put a couple little retaining blocks if you needed it, and put up a small fence around the back of the pump station and stay behind Milligan's mailboxes, and you're right by that whole section. So that's not a cost-prohibitive type of thing to do, and I'll continue to work with the city. I'm sure that they'll continue to work with the city, and so that's my 2 cents. I didn't see the findings of facts, so at least I didn't see them when I looked at the package last week, and I was more on the sidewalk thing, and I think that they'll do a nice job in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, seeing no one else interested in speaking this evening, I'll move to close the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Chris. Any additional discussion on the motion to close the public hearing? Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, if we do close this, it starts the time. And I know the applicant's been waiting. Hopefully each one of us feels like we have a stance and we can definitely give an opinion on the outstanding issues, the sidewalk. So that's just my thing. I don't want to start it and then say, oh, let's go back to staff again for another section. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other comments? Questions? Jeff?
At some point, I'd like to give Councilor Johnson a chance to address, and does that need to be done before we close the public hearing? I felt his memo was very accurate. And I think that he brings a wealth of information from his roles in a historical capacity. And just with everything that's been presented tonight, I just wanted to give him the opportunity, and if we should do that before we close the public hearing, I just wanted to make sure he extended that offer. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, and I'd like to give him an opportunity as well. I don't think that needs to happen during the public hearing. If we're looking for his specific input based on a document he provided, but I agree. Joyce, thought? Any other thoughts from board members? Okay, motion made and seconded to close the public hearing. Those in favor, Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to close the public hearing. So back to the board. So with that, if, Jeff, we could invite Councilor Johnson to give some of his thoughts and on his memo that he kindly provided the board here earlier.
Is there any specific questions related or?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to have a little bit of feedback because, you bring a lot of very factual historical data, and you've sat on the council for a long time, and that's what I think we need. Because, there have been different options from respectable people saying, hey, let's let the applicant do a payment in lieu of and have money sit in a kitty so that the city can either finish a portion of it or all of it. I have some hesitations because I feel like we do that and that money just sits there. And I think back, what was it, 30 years ago to Funtown contributing to a sidewalk, and it took them, it seemed like 15 years before that sidewalk was ever completed by the city. And is that a viable option? Paper, it seems easy, but is there truly, I think former Councilor Hatch's memo indicates, and I think Mr. Eon mentioned a $45,000 amount that's been allocated for sidewalk construction in this area. Is that truly on the books and on the record? And if so, how long has it been there? Because that would be my fear, is that we would allow this applicant to go ahead and pay in lieu of, and all these neighbors are waiting for another 10, 15 years before the city gets to that. We ask so much of our city staff. Look at the detailed reviews of Public Works for all of these documents, right? Every single application, we're asking more and more. With every single approved subdivision, we're taxing those departments more and more. How do they have the time? I would think these smaller projects get slid to the back burner. It's a city project, it's city funded, we'll get to it when it gets slower. We have more time. And I don't think that we're progressing. We're not expanding our engineering department as fast as we're growing. How are we going to get this done? And that's why I believe the applicant himself had said at one point, and I don't want to put, maybe I'm wrong, that sometimes it's easier for him because his crews are there, they're mobilized, they have a mission, we'll just get it done. And in many ways, I agree, right? They're fully vested, that's what they're doing. The length and the payment obviously is an issue, but as far as functionality, getting it done. So I was just kind of seeing if there's anything you wanted to add, because I felt like your memo was pretty decisive, that we need to increase the connectivity. That's part of all of the plans that we talk about in Saco. Pedestrian safety, connectivity, our reasonable distance is what we'll have to hash out as a board, but how quickly can it be done? And that's what I would kind of like to know if there's any historic feedback, because I hate collecting money in fees of lieu of, and they just kind of sit there. And that was one of my comments that was in the minutes. What happens to like these open space fees, and where does that money sit for years? I just to be expeditious, so the neighbors could see some results for safety that they're asking for. Thank you.
Yeah, valid questions, and I think, good points overall. Yeah, me personally, I think it's pretty clear. I'd like to see the sidewalk built, but I threw out those other options with an understanding that they have functioned well in the past for the city. I understand the concern that money would sit there, but I think in difference from the past, there's certainly a targeted effort towards connectivity. I think you see that, maybe not to the level of strength that perhaps planning board would like to hear from city staff, but it's also not necessarily their role to aggressively pursue goals, right? That's more of the elected body or the planning board itself. So I was actually surprised at the language I've seen through this process with staff advocating, because it is a change, I would say, a positive change in my opinion, because at times I've always felt like, somebody needs to take the bull by the horns and run with it, and then we go in circles, like city council wants this. I think the ordinance is clear. That ordinance was approved by council with the goal of having planning board seek connectivity, right? We can argue, and I've had this conversation with a variety of planning board members about maybe we need clearer language there. That's something we can jointly work towards. But I think it's well within the purview of this planning board to ask for what we seek. Like I said, at the very least, I think it should go to that Skyline Drive. Again, I'm 1/7 of the council, but I can assure you that as long as I'm a seated member of council, I will advocate for the completion of that sidewalk. As I said in the memo to you all, it's a chicken or the egg scenario. For the longest time, and it sounds like since the 1960s, we've had this gap there, but there's no question it's needed. There's several other instances throughout the community. I don't want to dwell on the past, but we never had this requirement 20 years ago even. Now it's something where, with a goal towards having connectivity, this is when you do it. When projects come forth, you're moving into, or this development is coming into an existing neighborhood that has a need now. This is the opportunity to do it, in my opinion. Again, I can see how the in lieu payments would work. Like I said, we have success with it, but at the same time, I wouldn't want it to sit there for 15 years. I would advocate to be doing this at the same time as this development is being built out. And ultimately, that's the role of the city council to fund these projects. It's something that we've been focused on. I know I've said this to several other planning board members recently. In the last 2 budget cycles, we've put money aside to complete projects, such as this, public-private partnerships, where we have these opportunities. We can, go about them. Otherwise, if we don't have a targeted effort, we're going to be running all over the city trying to figure out how to complete these networks. Like I said, this is that scenario where, okay, we've got a new development, it's going to have impacts, we have an issue that we need to address, let's address it now. We can't change the past, but we certainly can, work towards improving the future. So I don't know if I answered your question or if you have others, but I think, like I said, you have my word that I would certainly, continue to advocate for the city to complete that other leg of the sidewalk.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Any other thoughts or questions from board members? Catherine?
I have a question for Charles. In the last meeting, you said, because former Councilor Hatch mentioned the 45,000, and he sort of doubled down on it in this new comment. You said last meeting, you basically told the applicant to pretend that doesn't exist.
Could I address that actually? Because I spoke to the administrator about that, and I fully respect where Councilor Hatch is coming from, but it's probably best we don't confuse the two issues, because those dollars do exist, but they're in a separate account for a sidewalk that's actually from a project within the area across the street. It's one of those scenarios where I don't necessarily think the planning board needs to worry about the funding aspect. That really is on council to figure it out. But yeah, there are funds there. Perhaps we make them available for this, but ultimately, I don't think it's necessarily needs to be tied to this particular project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I can add a little context to that. And for example, I think when we look at options just that are in front of us, it's, can approve it, the project as is proposed, and I can give a little, I do want to give a little overview, Chair, if that's okay. Obviously, the fee in lieu is another option, but one thing we don't have in this area, and I think it's like an impact fee. There's nothing that's prescribed that if they develop X amount of units, it goes to a sidewalk fee in this area, and then that we don't have that. So that 45,000 was part of a separate project. While we look at those what they're used for in nature, that it really does go to a council and public works. Do we have a sidewalk paving plan in this area? After talking with Director Moore, there's no intention to put a sidewalk in this area, and that comes from a council coming down from council, as Councilor Johnson said. But focus, I do want to keep it focused while and I want, like, those are the options we have. But just as a general reminder, and this should be full screen, so it's a little lame that didn't do that. Give me 1 second. This is the core of the definition. This is the core of the standard that we're looking at. Required along all subdivision streets, along frontage of any street which abuts a subdivision. And really what we're focusing on is this last piece, is the planning board may require a sidewalk be extended for a reasonable distance off-site. And it boils down, just taking out all the words, this is what we're looking at. It's required along all internal streets, existing street frontages, in a reasonable distance. So I did want to provide just a visual of that. And this is using our Nearmap software, so it's not a exact, precise one-for-one, but generally it is a good estimation. So the red here is where there is no sidewalk proposed. That's around 90 feet. The applicant's proposing roughly 400 feet along Bradley Street. And then their off-site improvements are around, I have the number here, around 400 feet with a rapid flashing beacon crossing here. So a good investment in that crossing, upgrading it, and also fixing the angles of that sidewalk on Tasker Street, because right now it's a weird angle and this is just straightening it. On Lincoln Street, little bit of a different story. Based on me, and I do want Drew just to confirm or if this is an adequate approach to it. It's around 195 feet that's not included on the Lincoln Street frontage, and around 330 feet that is included to that property line right by Kimball, with that little light blue at the bottom. That's another rapid flashing beacon, again, a really safe crossing. So we're very in supportive of those that we're seeing. This 790 feet blue line is really the current staff recommendation. I think we had a conversation at the last planning board meeting, so I would recommend that we kind of focus it on what the staff recommendation is, unless we do want to go to Evergreen. But this is kind of the length we're looking at. And to break it down, and I haven't noted it, the internal streets all include sidewalks. As for the requirement along all existing frontages, here's the numbers, not 100% accurately, but within ballpark. 400 feet, 90 feet, 380 feet, 190 feet for Bradley Street and Lincoln Street. And then here's what's proposed. One thing we did talk about last time, and since talking, I went back to DPW city engineer and Travis Moore, looking at estimates we received specifically for this. And obviously the cost changes depending on the project, time of year, cost of supplies. But really we got estimates, and I believe these did come in part from the applicant, that the cost of constructing sidewalks is around $375 per linear foot. And this did come up at the last meeting. So if we're looking just at this around 800 feet of extension, that this cost, it ends up being around $3,200 per unit. That's the total cost of the construction. But when you factor in the frontages that aren't included, and this is how we really got to our recommendation that, we know that the improvements along Tasker Street, but there is still around 280 feet, again, all estimates, that is not included on the frontages. So when you just take that out of that calculation, you get around 520 feet of additional what we would be asking. The staff isn't coming in and providing comments that we want to see all of the frontages raised, because they are making it, but within a reasonable distance to that. This is just the cost we look at. So it brings it down a lot by not, it's a little give and take here on these standards, but this is really what city staff have looked at over the last 2 weeks in terms of cost of constructing it, what does it look like? And the options to move forward, and what my guidance would be for the planning board is, you have the option to approve it as is, which is with the the 400 feet proposed rapid flashing beacon, the city staff recommendation is for that 800 feet. And we can go that direction of just requiring those plans. There's an existing condition that would already capture this, but we can update the language to add the 800 feet along Lincoln Street. Or we can go the fee in lieu route, and we have some ballpark numbers that we can talk about. And I just want to give you a kind of a deep dive. I don't want us trying to find new creative solutions because really there aren't too much. We are bound at the end of the day to the language of the ordinance. And working with that, I would want to, hear from Drew and Jason to see what their thoughts are on this as well. I don't want to just, explain it. I think city staff have come back and said that, understanding that in an ideal world, we would get that Skyline to Evergreen connection, but we do hear the applicant's point about the geometries of that, the angles, the existing infrastructure. But when you do take that, complete look at from the property to the intersection of Skyline and Lincoln, we do find that, it does, at least in the staff's perspective, meet that reasonable distance threshold.
Great, thank you, Charles. Board members, any questions for staff before we turn it back over to the applicant and get their comments on staff recommendations? All right, and with that, if we can invite Drew back up to input on staff comments, if we just jump right into it.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. We've been pretty straightforward with the board and what we're proposing, recognizing, that little bit of frontage along Bradley and Lincoln is being replaced by Tasker and the other side of Lincoln. So it's still a net above the frontage if you look at the numbers, which is, again, that was done intentionally because we understand the subdivision regulations. Charles brought up subdivision standards, and I hate to go back to it, but it is the crux of the whole argument. The planning board may require that a sidewalk be extended for a reasonable distance to connect with existing sidewalks or destinations, such as bus stops or schools. And again, I said this last 2 weeks ago, the bus stop's intent is transit, not school bus stops, because those are frequent throughout the entire city, and those also change depending on where the buses are coming from if the school's moving. So we are connecting to the school, which is the young school up on Tasker. That is done. And really, the original argument was to go up to Skyline to Evergreen, where there's an existing sidewalk network, and now it's just stopping at Skyline to try to get part of the way there, but that doesn't meet this ordinance, the way I read it. So, again, the applicant was willing to work with the city on some sort of negotiation a few months ago, and that really didn't go anywhere in terms of using his crews for certain infrastructure. And I know he's still willing to work with the city and such, but we really had to put our foot down in terms of where the sidewalk scope is. And I won't go through the affordability presentation I went on last time, but this is exactly the reason of why housing is unaffordable in Saco and York County. I mean, this is the crux of it right here. So I recognize the city has and the board has a position where we want sidewalks. I think everyone can agree with that, but it's got to be reasonable. And this is the kind of scope creep that makes projects unattainable and then get shelved because of this. So again, just trying to be a little blunt with the board, but we've been pretty honest about our sidewalk scope from the very beginning, and that's currently still the proposal in front of you.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicant? Any additional items to discuss? Jeff?
Well, I'm always a little bit perplexed, and I guess you kind of explained it. The Tasker Street side, the Bradley and Tasker Street side, you're viewing that as connectivity to the school, right? And that's where you're feeling that meets the ordinance. And I noticed on one of your plans it had your proposed bus stop on that side of the development. But that's also the side of the development that has the least density, the least number of units for you. That would mean the bulk of your residents, school-age children, would have to walk through the subdivision to get to the Bradley Street entrance. And the argument about it's getting to the school, well, the school's not going to be there in another couple of years. We've heard from citizens tonight that say, hey, the end of Skyline has been a bus stop historically for as far back as they can remember. And I remember back on some of the other projects with, pictures being submitted with kids standing at very poorly plowed areas because that was where they had to congregate for the bus. And I get it that school bus stops are in flux, but I just think logically the bulk of that is going to be on the Lincoln Street side because that's where the bulk of your units are. And I get it that school-age children kind of ebb and flow over time in subdivisions, but this connectivity gives the ability for our transportation department to move the bus stop from the end of Skyline at Lincoln to their new entrance, whether, there's only 2 kids that are left on Skyline and Evergreen that now need to walk up, we're giving them that safety. Not to mention all of the citizens that might enjoy the walking. A lot of people have talked about that area. You see it in that whole area. There's a lot of pedestrian activity. So I feel like I've been very strong on it, and I feel like the board has kind of swung, and I felt like I was on an island. I still feel very, very supportive that we need to get that connectivity to Skyline. I think it's very important for this. I hope it doesn't sidetrack it. You guys have done a great job providing plans and details and, the construction planning. And I know a lot of the runoff issues that we've talked about, I thought were pretty well addressed with the inspection criteria of the storms and maintaining that infrastructure, as well as some of the HydroCAD modeling. You provided in the 1,200-page packets the really great information that we need. But I think it's pretty firm, and the neighborhood is speaking out that they're asking for that continued development of connectivity, and I would much rather see the applicant do it as part of this phase because, one, we know it'll get done. Let's say that the Lincoln Street side gets done in Phase A before completion of Phase A, and then let's talk about the Bradley Street side, because that one, like he says, do we really want to promote activity down that? And former Councilor Hatch also brought up the point, let them generate some cash flow before they have to develop that other off-street piece. Maybe the Bradley to Tasker is a Phase C completion type project. But I think that we need to, at the very least, get them to Skyline Drive. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members? Joyce?
Yeah, I understand the cost impact. You're putting a lot of money into infrastructure here. The roads, the drainage, the whole deal. It's a huge project. But I agree with Jeff in terms of get to Skyline, given, the photos that we've seen of kids at the bus stop. I think there probably will end up being a bus stop at this entrance as opposed to Skyline at some point. And I also agree with holding off on the Tasker improvements because if you're not connecting out to Bradley Street, it doesn't make much sense to be focusing on at least the pedestrians from this subdivision coming out to Bradley and Tasker. We don't want the pedestrians from this subdivision coming out to Bradley and Tasker until there's actually a road for them to travel on.
So, Joyce, you're saying can you explain that again?
The staff,
the
I agree with
Tasker
the staff recommendation about the sidewalks, and the proposed, what paragraph is it, 14?
14 of
Yeah.
the conditions of approval.
That the Bradley to Tasker connectivity in Phase C makes sense to me.
Okay, you agree with the Phase C part?
Phase C.
Okay, so you feel the condition as written is appropriate?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Catherine?
I'm going to agree with Jeff and Joyce that I think the section between Lincoln and Skyline makes sense to do. Evergreen is too far, but that was already discussed last week. But this is the time to do it. And I also agree with agreeing with Phase C for that other additional section. to Tasker.
Thank you, Catherine. Any other thoughts, Chris?
Yeah, I agree that the Tasker Street connection should also be at Phase C. I don't think it's reasonable to build the infrastructure when there's no actual road for people to walk down. I think it's just asking for someone to get hurt or something like that. I mean, a construction road could be just dirt, gravel, loose potholes as the trucks come and go. And yeah, when they go to pave it, make it a proper road, they'll clean all that up and then it's safe to walk on. And at that point, there'll also be a sidewalk that connects along the side of that road. So I think that makes the most sense to doing that phase. Personally, I think the extending the sidewalk on Lincoln Street, my personal view is it's something that should have been done by the city a long time ago. Whether that means that now the applicant should have to do it, it seems hard to say with me. Personally, I think if we are going to make an initiative to put that burden on the applicant, the most reasonable way to go, to my view, would be some sort of in lieu of fee so that they can write the check and then leave it up to the city to deal with it. They don't have to add extra stress and logistics to their existing project, but they still will contribute to the betterment of our city and that particular neighborhood. I think that could be a fair compromise. Again, I have a hard time saying, well, it's Skyline Drive, all these communities have been there for a long, long time, and yet no one's done anything. Now that the applicant goes, all right, we're going to improve Saco, we're going to add some more connectivity. Is it, you know, they're not connecting all of Saco, but they are adding extra connectivity outside their existing lot. Is it their fault that nobody before them stepped up and made this area safer? I don't see how it is, but I do agree that in general, safety is a main concern of not only the council, but the city, and I would say the average person as well. So I can see both sides, but I think if we do require it, I think a lieu and fee makes the most sense. That way they can just write their check, continue on with their project, and not have to deal with the back and forth of the city, trying to manage the project, and then it ends up taking even longer to get things off the ground.
Great, thank you, Chris. Jim?
Well, I still believe that it's requiring a sidewalk down past Kimball Health Center down to Skyline is not a reasonable request. I think it's, you're really balancing out two things here. One is the affordability, and I think the applicant's done a fine job trying to help us understand why housing is unaffordable in Saco and much of southern Maine, is because the communities are desperate to have the developers pay for improvements that the city either hasn't or been able to afford to get done. So they're putting a lot of those burdens on new homeowners in the city. And if we want to create affordable housing in Saco, we need to limit our reach, requiring these developers to, do too many of these public improvements. So I appreciate Councilor Johnston's comments and former Councilor Hatch's, and in fact, all the members of the public who spoke here tonight. Their comments were very helpful and interesting, and I've been thinking about them as I've listened to each person, and I certainly appreciate Jeff's advocacy for the extended sidewalk, but I just think it's not necessary, and I think it could end up hurting the project, and that won't be a benefit to all the citizens of Saco.
Great, thank you, Jim. Circling back for a moment to Joyce, your note there about condition 14 in Phase C, just to add some clarity in there that as it's written, and Charles, please correct me if I'm wrong, it's the Tasker Street portion is to be completed under Phase B. So we had mentioned completing it at Phase C, which I think is what the applicant was in support of. But I think the way it's written, is that correct, Drew, completing the Tasker Street portion under Phase C?
Yeah, that'd be our preference.
That'd be the preference,
Yep.
because it's written as Phase B now, so.
Right, and I think I was having a hard time finding it in my notes, but,
Yeah, it's- there's a lot.
the current proposal to complete them in Phase B, I would be in favor of changing that to Phase C.
Okay, so still to the original comment of you support Phase C, Tasker Street completion. Okay.
I think just, Chair, on that, just responding to one of the comments about on this matter related to the interim crosswalk that we had talked about. If this does get moved from Phase B to Phase C, I think what we would look for in the final construction management plan, we wouldn't need to be worried about interim crosswalk conditions because there's no current crosswalk there. So I think that would kind of also help that concern in terms of that the intent of the Bradley Street entrance is to serve as the primary construction entrance in Phase B and C. So I do hear what the applicant is saying by moving that, saves it. And we can put that as a completion of Phase C.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts from board members? Catherine?
I did just want to clarify that I would be in support of also the fee in lieu. I did hear the applicant last meeting say that he's worried about costs sort of ballooning under the city plan or the city directing construction with him. So maybe a fee would help, just like one set fee would help with those concerns. So I just wanted to clarify, I'm in support of either him building it or paying the fee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that added clarity. Any other thoughts for the moment? Jason?
So I want to be very clear. The ordinance says reasonable distance to connectivity to other sidewalks, not reasonable distance to wherever, to no man's land, to a subdivision that doesn't have sidewalks. All right? So as a developer, your ordinance is very clear. It's reasonable distance to connect to existing sidewalks.
I'm going to pull up the actual
Yes,
definition
please.
so we're all on the same page.
And while he's looking that up, Catherine, to your point, you're correct. So Public Works isn't going to be just like, oh, let's just add some sidewalks. And say, well, while you're at it, I want you to do some curbing, and I want you to do some storm drain holes, and all kinds of new storm system that's going to be at the road, and we're going to be rebuilding half the road going down. So it's not just simply, oh, let's just add in some sidewalks, because that ain't what it's going to be. Okay, Public Works gets involved as soon as you give them a free rein to say, oh, yeah, we want sidewalks, but how is it going to be designed? They're going to want all the bells and whistles to all the drainage underneath the road, which I've done this enough times to know that if I'm paying for it, it's not going to just sidewalks. It's rebuilding half the road. So I just want to make that very, very, very clear, for one. As far as connectivity to a bus stop, I mean, seriously, there's going to be 94 houses here. They're not going to sit there and send the kids halfway down the road. They're going to make a new bus stop. They're going to say, we're going to have a bus stop at this new subdivision here, and we're going to probably continue having the bus stop over at Skyline. So to sit there and say we're going to move kids from one development to another does not make any sense at all. And as far as the city sitting back saying, oh, well, it'd be nice to have all these sidewalks, well, that's great. Well, what have you guys done about it? I mean, we had plans from 1968 about doing sidewalks, so the city's had, what, 50, 60 years to talk about this? and they've done nothing about this, and now this is becoming my problem because I'm putting in a subdivision, which I'm making connectivity to go to downtown Saco. I want to make that very clear, is I'm meeting the ordinance. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm not supposed to be over here fixing the city's jobs when they've had decades to do it. You can laugh all you want, but what do you do as a counselor? Because if I was counselor, I'd make it happen, I don't just talk about it.
No, I would,
Okay.
I'll let Matt do it.
We understand so we see the sidewalk, the ordinance here. Board members are familiar with it. We understand your position, so with that, we can talk about council at another time, but back to the board. We've had discussion, we have notes here from board members. Thoughts on extending as far as, for a moment here, as far as the phasing plan and the construction management plan, do board members have any additional concerns or comments on that for a moment? Jeff?
I didn't really want to lose momentum on the sidewalks, but in the phasing plans, there was one public comment that was submitted this evening, very specific about the ability of Lincoln Street to handle the construction weight. And I'm assuming that our Public Works has been pretty thorough, and we've always talked about using that portion of Lincoln Street for Phase A construction. That's always been. And I realize that we kind of decreased the phasing, right? Now we went from 5 steps to 3 steps is the desired. But I would have assumed that if there was concerns about any of the existing street infrastructure, that they would have flagged that before now. Would that be a reasonable assumption?
Yeah, the conversations on that was more of a public safety aspect. We didn't want to have construction vehicles coming up Lincoln Street. We thought it would be easier to route it down through Boom the other way, bring it around downtown, lower pedestrian traffic, lower street traffic. So that's coming from a public safety access. I think we'll take these concerns when we go into that final, but right now there's no concerns about, road capacity in terms of getting these construction vehicles. I'm sure they're traveled down with those vehicles today. I mean, there's some posting limits that I think most contractors are aware of. So those would be the only limitations, and those already exist. So I don't think there's any concern today.
Okay, thank you. I thought these questions and concerns were good items and topics of discussion for the pre-construction meetings that the city holds. So any other thoughts on those items for a moment? So back to the task at hand of where we're at. We have the final documents before us with final adjustments, with a final proposal. We have findings of fact. We have conditions of approval that we've discussed. There's a few of them here, 14. There was 13 and 11 here I have on my notes. Just briefly modifying 11 to match the preliminary verbiage regarding setbacks and surveyed foundation points. 13 was in reference to trash removal prior to street acceptance. And Charles has already modified that. And 14 was moving the Tasker Street off-site improvements to be completed upon or prior to the completion of Phase C. So with that proposal before us, having closed the public hearing, looking to move forward here, we have findings of fact drafted and conditions of approval before us. So we have recommendations from staff on the sidewalk here for a moment. We have more importantly, the proposal before us from the applicant. So we've had testimony from the applicant, we've had discussion as a board, so from there, I guess it's my recommendation that we go through these findings, discuss them, and see where the board's at. We can, if we don't move in this direction to start specifically talking about findings of fact, where we can talk about sidewalks for quite a while. So I guess with that, any other thoughts, Catherine?
I just have one more question.
Sure.
Public Works mentioned snow removal as part of the HOA, but it's not listed in the HOA documents.
I've noticed that as well, but that was my question about the conditions of approval, that it said very clearly it's to be borne by the applicant, the snow removal, the trash services, right, until it's offered for acceptance. It wasn't tied to, and it said in no case shall it be passed on to the HOA. Is that condition, was it 11?
13.
13?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I thought they were like separate issues
I don't know
with
if
the
that
trash.
helps.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
But, Mr. Chair, I mean, the homeowners association documents do say that the homeowners association is responsible for ownership, maintenance of roads and sidewalks. So it does seem like ownership and maintenance of roads and sidewalks includes snow removal.
Yeah, it includes snow and ice
Okay,
removal.
Yeah.
I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
So respectfully, I guess, then if you look at the condition of approval, one's nullifying the other. And I could be wrong, you're more talented with that. But I think,
Yeah, so given that, 13 should be modified. So, I guess with that, Charles, you're faster here on the draw. What does 13 unintentionally or perhaps intentionally supersede within the HOA document? Do we know that? I guess that's going to be my question.
Originally, this was, we were not looking to accept this in phases. So that there came with some nuance. So we did our HOA review earlier on, and then as we got to construction, we went from 5 phases to 3 phases. I know that in some capacity that has been contemplated about getting some units online. We know that this condition, with the homeowners association doesn't make sense, but that's why we added that unless otherwise approved by the planning board. So while I wouldn't say they counteract each other or nullify each other, because once we accept it, the city would be responsible for it. But if we're accepting it in phases, that's where we start getting tricky, because you have a homeowners association, that may only include X amount of units, and that we found that it was just cleaner to leave it with the applicant to provide these services. And if at a certain point after street acceptance or other units come on before street acceptance, then they can be transferred to the homeowners association. But from just a functional site perspective, given the phasing, we felt that this was just a better outcome in this situation rather than just kicking it to the homeowners association. We've seen situations in the city, and I think this is from staff experience, that these types of phase approvals, bringing some houses online first, just creates more of a nightmare for the city. Well, we hear it sometimes at planning board meetings for public comment, city council public comment, traffic safety committee. All these different bodies have had, I live in a subdivision that was approved, it was built out, and then looking at 94 units over 3 phases, this just kind of gives us a cleaner thing. And then if we do have the homeowners association documents reviewed, so if we did want to come back and edit this condition, it is built in here. So we understand that it's a little nuanced, but we'd rather see the site develop, have it all under one responsibility. Because as we go into street acceptance, we also get into that if, say, Phase A is accepted, and I can kind of show you, there's still going to need to be some sort of agreement between the developer and the city in terms of plowing, if that's possible. just to look, because one thing we did add in the phasing plan are these turnarounds. So say Phase A is accepted, Phase B is continuing to be built. The city is only going to plow up into this intersection. While we might need to negotiate, but in that circumstance, we would want the developer who's managing the construction to be handling that. And there's going to be some coordination between that and the city. But I think when you look at just condition 13, it just makes it a lot cleaner. It makes it a lot easier, less of a burden on city staff, less of a burden on future residents, and just keeps it straightforward. I mean, I'm happy to change it, but I think we do have some built-in flexibility to bring it back to the planning board. If you want, we can kind of decrease the threshold and say, for this instance, they shall not be transferred to the homeowners association prior to review of street acceptance by the city planner. So it can come in as like a minor site plan amendment, and then I can report it back to the board if it happens. But I think from a starting point, this makes more sense for city staff.
Okay, so just for a moment saying it another way, this is still prior to street acceptance. You say that a few times in there, so that's, but by your explanation, the city could accept portions of the roads prior to the full completion. Is that?
That's what the applicant's proposing. And again, I want to be clear, city council makes that decision. So what the developer is, and I look to Drew and Jason just to confirm, is that their intention is to build out each phase to be accepted. And at the completion of Phase A, they'll petition for street acceptance, they'll go to council, and then it's council's decision. But they also want to be able, they're not going to be waiting for Phase A to be accepted to begin work on Phase B or C. They're going to keep moving. But this kind of this condition is kind of responding to that.
Sure.
Providing that, you know.
Sure, so we could have Phase A could be completed, the applicant could be working on Phase B, they can petition the city to accept portions of the street. City could say yes. If the city does that, then the responsibility for those items goes to the city, to the city. And if it doesn't, it stays with the applicant. That's essentially what you're saying.
And say none of the streets get accepted until Phase C, that would be the situation where I think, like, if Phase A is built out, but the city council doesn't want to accept it until Phase C is done, at that time, whether it's 2 years or 4 years, then I think that's when the applicant would come back and say, hey, we're going to transfer this to the homeowners association, here's why. But I think from our starting point, this just feels a little cleaner.
Okay, so the portion where it says it's not be transferred to the homeowners association, and then I guess turn it over back to you, Drew, for a moment. I think you mentioned something about a 70% per phase, and I think you were.
That's been taken out. It's in the memo, and I think some people look at acceptance until 70% of COs are issued.
Correct, and that's where I misunderstood that was going along with this condition as well. Was there something that you were thinking about or concerned with 70% as far as this condition, or is that?
No, the intent here is, as Charles mentioned, is just to, as the project gets built out, the city takes over the roads if they're acceptable, and they take it. I guess I go back to, I don't know why we can't add the applicant or HOA shall be responsible, because in the event the city doesn't take the roads, or if they vote and they say, no, we're not taking these roads over, they're going to remain private, they shouldn't be the responsibility of the applicant for eternity. And that generally in any condition like that, if it's a private road, would be either a road maintenance agreement or HOA, which is what we've set the HOA up for. This was a comment from the board that there's a potential HOA in the event the city doesn't take it. So I don't know why we would have to come back to the planning board if the city says, no, we don't want the road.
Well, yeah.
If we could just add the HOA piece into this condition, then we solved it all. There's still a responsible party for the snow maintenance. It's just whether it's Jason or the HOA.
Sure, and that's where I was going with this discussion, was if we have this condition, then why do we have the homeowners association? So, Jeff.
Thanks, and I think that's pretty understandable if it's a very clear phase A, B, or C. But I only saw HOA documents for one development, right? And now we're doing 3 phases. So very simply, if phase A is constructed and all built out, and it is accepted by the city and becomes city property, the city provides the snow plowing and waste services. But phase B is not, and there's a delay or a downturn, the HOA is going to be paying season after season for that. Does that HOA include the houses that are in phase A that are saying, hey, I live on a city-accepted street? Because we had another applicant who was brought that up on a very large development, that they're constantly being burdened with these fees, and they're kind of like, well, wait a second, we live on a city-accepted street. Why should I be paying for HOA maintenance of another street that's, 3 down, but it was part of my overall subdivision? So multiple streets here, what mechanism is there to protect the new residents in a completed phase that gets city accepted from having to be burdened with HOA fees? That's kind of the real caveat that I see in here. Just a thought.
Well, I get that, but where it's still one project and it's a logistical sort of phase and a construction phasing, not like some other projects we've seen where we're going to do this phase, build it out 100%, stop, and then start another phase, and that one phase can be self-sufficient. It's not really the case here from what I understand. It's one whole project with multiple sort of construction phases for logistical, I guess, efficiency, but I get your concern, and I guess I think it's one subdivision, I guess, regardless of where the streets are in the piece, and I think that's the hard. I don't disagree with you. That's sort of the hard piece to swallow on it. So.
If I will, Mr. Chair, the HOA documents do have language suggesting that essentially the HOA is set up and the covenants that ownership and maintenance repair the roads and sidewalks until the same are accepted by city or Saco or on a permanent basis in the event they are not accepted. So I think in the event, as you mentioned, phase A is accepted, phase B isn't. I don't think that's burdened. I don't think they're supposed to pay. I don't think that's the intent of this. I think the applicant's fine with updating this language to reflect your comments of I think everyone's trying to achieve the same goal here, and I don't think that was the intent of it. And I think this a simple couple words could probably be added to the covenants to describe that. So,
yeah, maybe we should just put some part of this condition of approval is they'll work with staff post-treatment for that HOA document saying that, people that live their property's front on a city-accepted street are no longer obligated to pay into the HOA to support the rest of the phases. That would make it very simple and make everyone feel better, right? They have the documents to fund it while it's being privately maintained, and then once they become a city street, we're protecting the people that are already citizens on a city street, and they don't have to pay fees. Like I said, if there should be some delay for phase C, they're not paying from phase A.
Yeah,
Thoughts on that?
I'm still supportive, and I know this was a big sticking point for us when we were writing these, and we specifically chose this language. I think, Matt, I'm harping on your comment of this is one subdivision, and that's kind of our concern, that we can't rely on this to be accepted. We can't, while the applicant is proposing multiple phases, even in the document, in the construction phasing plan, it says it depends on market conditions. We did add some flexibility in here to do that. The concern is until 50% of the lots are built, there's one majority in the homeowners association. There might be some, I'm not an attorney, but from just my perspective, there needs to be a lot of lots built before the HOA can do that, unless we're creating one HOA for each phase. Because in the event that we go down this really unique route, that as a street is accepted, this lot's brought online, that's very for me, that's very difficult to say, like, will those residents be getting the services? I'm happy for a condition where we can work towards something. I don't think, I hear what the planning board is saying, so I'm open to crafting a condition that ensures that all of these things, not limited to snow plowing, trash collection, those responsibilities aren't lost, and maybe we can take away the shall not be transferred to homeowners association. But I would want to, I wouldn't want to finalize that language tonight. Maybe we can find a condition where we work with city staff and our attorney and the applicant to come to agreement. I think I understand where everyone's coming from, but I'm curious, Drew, what language would you would recommend that would satisfy the applicant? Because I'm just trying to find a middle ground or a way to proceed forward at this point.
And I think just initially, a condition of approval for us to work with the city and their attorney on that language we're amendable to. And I understand what Charles is getting at, because I kind of get the history here a little bit on what they're trying to get to. What we're trying to do is just protect the applicant in terms of having to be responsible if the city council doesn't accept the roads for eternity. So I think we're in the same goal, and I think it's just a language thing, and we're willing to work with the city after that as a condition of approval. So we're comfortable with that.
All right, thank you. Because Charles, you answered a question before I had an opportunity to ask it, and that was going to be when does the HOA become active? And you answered that question at 50%. So we're at 47 units, and then there was the wastewater district with the pump station with 50 units. So that seemed pretty close. So I guess where my brain was going with it was, I guess upon 50% of the HOA, what good's the HOA if what's the HOA doing if that condition is overriding it, was my concern and thought and question. But if you can draft language to work on coordinating and working with staff, I think the board can get behind that. Jason, thought on that?
Yeah, so to kind of give a little insight, Charles will probably help you as you kind of communicate, I guess. This is all kind of new to us tonight. So typically, the way I always do my projects is typically we would build everything out 100% and then go for city acceptance before we even decide to turn anything over to an HOA. It's just something a lot of developers don't do. It's just something I do, only because it's a lot simpler. You know, if I turn it over to an HOA first, then I got to listen to the people of the HOA how we're, put a crack in the pavement before we got finished pavement down or whatever. It's just a lot easier for us to have control over the construction period until everything's 100% complete. Then once we do the finished pavement, which is I like to do typically after the last house is built, so we're not running excavators and heavy equipment and putting little excavator marks into the finished pavement. So typically with all my projects, if we're going to be doing phase A would be 100% done. We'd be working into phase B, putting in foundations in phase B, but phase A would be 100% done. We'd put in the finished pavement and then go back to the city and say, hey, we guys accept this road for phase A. And then if they said no, and then at that point, then we'd be looking at pushing, either into the HOA. If they say yes, then that's not a problem because now phase A is done and we continue all the construction and maintenance of phase B. So a lot of this is, the way the language is kind of written, I'm kind of a little shocked at it because it literally says that I'm responsible until the city accepts it. Okay, now, City of Saco has always been really good at accepting the roads. But what if, what if 5-10 years from now, what if the City of Saco sits back and says, you know something, we don't want to accept the roads anymore. I mean, other towns have. And now I get this language that's approved, sitting there saying, I'm responsible for the rest of my life to maintain 6,300 feet of road, which doesn't make any sense because that's exactly what that language says. So I have a little concerns about that. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not willing to work on some other different language. Jeff, you make a good point. What happens if there's a three-phase thing? What happens if the city accepts one and then years down the road doesn't accept the other two? So I think we can kind of rework the language into kind of looking at the phases. I agree with you, Jeff, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's fair for people, you know, if Phase A gets taken over by the city, I don't think it's fair for people in Phase A to have to pay for roads in Phase B, or C. So I don't have any issues with working with the city attorneys and staff to kind of come up with something that makes sense. So with a what-if scenario happens.
All right, thank you.
So, what I think might strike this balance is striking condition 13 to replace it with prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. Plowing, sorry, I just missed a typo. Prior to issue of certificates of occupancy, the applicant shall submit final homeowners association documentation that includes provisions for providing and maintaining all basic subdivision services, included but not limited to snow plowing, the same things from before, and street lighting. The updated documents shall include interim conditions related to ongoing construction during development, responsibilities before and after street acceptance, and other related needs. The final homeowners association document shall be reviewed and approved by city staff, public works, code enforcement, fire, police, water resource recovery, planning and administration, and the city attorney.
I see some nods out of the corner of my eye here. I think that makes sense to me. I think that covers what I think 13 was trying to do, and still addresses that it's being taken care of prior to, and allows the opportunity for adjustment as the construction
Actually, yeah, that's fine. We don't need
progresses.
any. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, that actually is my question, Charles, is what certificate of occupancy? The first certificate of occupancy?
I think we're on the same wavelength. There's only the residential COs that would be issued. So before the first house would come online, they would need it. And technically, this would be required for every single house, but after the first one, they will have it. Be a big thumbs up. Professional terms for approval. Other things to note, I don't think that's the sidewalk language, I'm just gonna skip over that. Just for reference, there's no 70% in here. That was only in the memo, so I did catch that before. I have not changed any of the language above. As for the other conditions that we changed, the phasing, not including the pedestrian sidewalk connection to Tasker. I don't think I changed anything else. It's all fairly standard. One thing I will note, just because this did come up in some of the public comment, mostly for drainage along Forest, but also the dust and ESC during construction. The one new thing that's not new to SLOTA, but for this, is prior to building permit and as part of the phasing construction plan, including a third-party inspector. This does not mean city staff won't be doing our planning compliance inspections or code inspections during building or public works inspecting during construction. There will be an additional qualified third-party construction monitoring. Approved plans, permit conditions, applicable local, state, and federal, roads, utilities, stormwater. So we will be monitoring all of these concerns during construction. And I think we will be holding, as part of that process, just for those city folks, the members of the public who are here tonight, we do also hold guarantees for the project that won't be released until the site is functioning. So effectively, my response for some of those would be the applicant can't make off-site conditions worse. All the stormwater reports that have been submitted do indicate that, and it's designed to, I think, make them better. If I don't want to quote you, but that's the case. They're not making off-site things worse. It's either the same or better. And part of this third-party inspection, which is through SLOTA as well, but just generally for the entire project. So a lot of these concerns would be caught, whether it is, seeing the dust on the road, our inspector would find that, notify us, and we would remedy it. If it's not doing it. But we have a pretty thorough plan, so a lot of those concerns that came up especially for dust erosion control measures, and some of the drainage issues. So I think those concerns are addressed, and I just want to notify the planning board that there's 2 conditions: the prior to issuance of any building permits, so before any construction starts, but also it needs to be included in the pre-construction meeting language. So it's the second one under the final construction sequencing plan.
All right, thank you, Charles, for that added clarity. Back to board discussion and deliberation, if you were. Any other thoughts, items of concern?
Mr. Chair, it would be helpful to know where everyone stands on this sidewalk issue. I think that's the elephant in the room. I mean, I made my position clear. I think Jeff and Joyce and Catherine all have the same position. I'm not sure where the chair stands or Chris's final thoughts on that, but I think that'd be very helpful so we know, exactly where we're going.
Sure, Chris.
Yeah, I would say my final thoughts would be I would recommend taking it as is, basically what the applicant suggested for street frontage. I think that's sufficient. If the majority of the board feels otherwise, then I would support a in lieu of fee, just to make the applicant's, job easier. That way he can just write the check, doesn't have to deal with the logistics from the city, making this project take even longer, and then delaying the benefits of the city having a project like this, whether it's from tax revenue or just the walkability that they are going to eventually be adding on-site and off-site. So that's kind of where I stand on the matter.
Great, thank you, Chris.
I just want to provide Chris a little bit. So we do also have that condition that this connection, the existing sidewalk connection, would be part of Phase A. That's another condition that still lives here. So if we did, just for reference, if the sidewalk was extended, that would be captured under condition 13. So it wouldn't be delayed, it would be part of that first Phase A. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Chris. My stance hasn't changed. I think the application as presented meets the intent of the ordinance and is sufficient given the area. I don't disagree with other board members that sidewalks in developments that are missing sidewalks and getting sidewalks in those areas are important. I think the board has asked the applicant, and they've been amenable to it, of connecting between their site and downtown. I think stretching beyond that, I think is too far. I think that's unreasonable. I think the connecting on both sides, allowing the connectivity back towards downtown, back towards, yes, there's a current school, there's the rec center. Who knows what's going to happen with the school? I think I agree with Councilor Johnson's comments, however, that we are trying to make Saco more walkable. I don't disagree with that statement at all. There's work to be done. We're hoping and supporting council to make those adjustments, but I think in this instance, I don't think it's this applicant's burden or any applicant for this particular site's burden to bear on adjacent subdivisions. I guess that's how I feel on it. So, yeah. As far as a fee in lieu of to do anything, I think for me, that conversation has to go further with staff. And there would have to be timeframes for me built into it. There'd have to be reassurance that it would happen in a timely manner. I wouldn't support a fee, and I think we've had some other comments to that, just a fee in lieu of, and it just, without resolution is my concern. So I know there's a lot of work that goes into a sidewalk like that, modifying the road, potential infrastructure, drainage, lot lines. There's a lot to it. So it's not something that happens overnight, of course. So that's all. From me, anyway, on that. So with that, any final thoughts from board members on any of the other findings of facts? Would you like to go through them one at a time, make any adjustments, look at them as a whole? We have done multiple versions of reviewing these findings of fact, but up to the board.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to accept the findings of fact as presented.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second. Jim, any additional discussion? And Joyce, by findings of fact adopted as presented, and, well, I guess we didn't amend any of our findings of fact, did we, Charles?
I don't see that we did. And we're going for A through T.
So with that, any additional discussion on adopting the findings of fact as presented? Chris?
In the finding of fact as presented, is the city's recommendation that we do the 800 feet of sidewalk part of that? No, okay.
No, that's part of the conditions of approval.
Left it loosely vague for this reason.
Any other board members' discussion? Jeff?
Chris just touched on something. Charles has it highlighted that that is part of our findings of facts about a certain description of the sidewalks. So I think that we need to kind of come to some resolution so we can delete or add to that before we accept the findings of facts.
The other alternative, and I don't necessarily disagree with Jeff, is I had it right here, is this is a condition no matter what. So I think Public Works and Planning want to take another look at whatever the final requirement of the planning board is to make sure that the sidewalks are just designed to code. I don't think Adam has taken an in-depth look at, making sure the tip downs are correct. So regardless of what goes in, looking at the RFB, I think there's still, just some review required there. Any changes to that, I would envision if you were to extend it with the staff recommendation, I would just put it here, but I don't mind updating this paragraph either. So I see it both ways kind of doing that, because this does discuss off-site pedestrian improvements along Lincoln Street and Bradley, and then the final plans would reflect that.
Sure. So as it stands now, there's no need to change item 8. I think that's a fine condition
I also
to
do
have.
see Jeff's point. I don't want to say no, because if you want it clearer that this is what the planning board decided, you could put it in the findings of fact, but the conditions of approval and final plans are all still part of that final record too. So it's, yes and no, but I do understand what Jeff's saying.
Sure. So in this paragraph here, this doesn't say that the board finds or requests the applicant to extend sidewalk to Skyline or anything like that. So that's what would be what would be the proposal?
I
to
retract
change
my
that?
concern. This
Oh,
is,
okay.
you're right, this is generic enough that we could leave it. Let's go ahead and, you know, we can find vote on the findings of facts. We have to nail it down in the conditions of approval.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, any other items to discuss on the motion to adopt the findings of fact as presented? All right, those in favor, Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to adopt the findings of fact as presented. So moving along to review of the conditions of approval. Do board members have any additional thoughts, questions, or concerns after reviewing this document and the adjustments we made this evening so far?
I mean, obviously,
Jeff.
Mr. Chair, I would, you know, from my stance and what I think is important, just because of the terminology, we're all going to debate the reasonable distance and the destination of a school bus, whether it be viewed as a municipal transit school bus stop or a public transportation school bus stop. We all have a difference of opinions. We're trying to wade through that. My stance is that we should, you know, modify condition number 14 to state that the applicant shall complete the required pedestrian sidewalk improvements associated with Phase A, including pedestrian connectivity from the subdivision to the existing sidewalk network along Lincoln Street and to Skyline Drive prior to completion of Phase A. That's where, you know, my view would be. Either way, we have to figure out this verbiage so we can vote on it. Because I think we should be tying in the scope of what we're anticipating for sidewalk connectivity into the conditions of approval.
So Jeff, would language like this here be strong enough?
Yeah, I think that would be fine, right? Because that still gives planning department, engineering from Department of Public Works to work out logistics, but we're telling the scope of where we anticipated infrastructure to be. Is that one of the reasons you'd want to put it in that section of number 8?
Yeah, and then that would be included in the Lincoln Street improvements in Phase A.
Correct. Yep.
Any other thoughts on that modification?
Well, I guess the only issue with that is we don't have a decision on whether the sidewalk is supposed to go to Skyline Drive. We might have to go through these one at a time, just to
Well, I think we
have
can.
an actual vote.
Well, that was going to be my, we agree, we review, and we discuss typically, but this particular condition, as it's written, I would ask that someone provide a motion to adjust this one, and then we can vote. We've done that before on items, so I think that, to make it clear for everybody, I think that would be a good, I think that would be a good idea on this particular item. But-
Sure. With that, Mr. Chair, I would move that we amend condition number 8 of the conditions of approval to read that prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting, the applicant shall submit revised sidewalk and pedestrian infrastructure plans, which include the sidewalk connection from the entrance of Lincoln Street to the intersection of Lincoln Street and Skyline Drive for review and approval by Planning and Public Works.
All right, thank you for the motion, Jeff. Any board members? No second on that? All right, so no second on that verbiage, so that verbiage will not move forward. Is there, so continuing the discussion on item 8 from other board members, is there any adjustment that we would like to see? Any adjustment to it, or as is?
Mr. Chair, I think number 8 is fine as it is currently.
Okay. Any thoughts on any other items?
I guess I mean, Charles, maybe you can answer this. If we leave 8 as is, what does that mean in terms of the scope of the sidewalks?
It would be as proposed. So it would be.
As proposed by the applicant?
Yeah, as the current plan set is today. And that includes from the site to on Bradley Street down to the Tasker, including the rapid flashing beacon, and also the front of Lincoln Street to across from where the existing one is with a rapid flashing beacon. I think that's correct, Drew, right? Yeah, that'd be as proposed, and we would just look to revise it based on that.
But this condition still allows and ensures prior to, just like it says, prior to that meeting, that all those details are reviewed and finalized?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just making, there's a couple drawings that, I think it's C232, I think there's 2 of them, or 223, one, I don't know, that have the sidewalk design, angles, geometries, all that. So we would just want to have those be reviewed to make sure that they're to city standards.
All right, thank you for the clarity on that, Charles.
So, Mr. Chair, just to be
Jeff.
clear, Charles could reiterate that takes out any of the board members that felt like they were in support of in lieu of fee. That's not included as they're proposed. They're just
No,
proposing
it
that
would be,
footage, so.
this is as proposed, nothing to Skyline, no fee in lieu.
I mean, the applicant proposed building sidewalks, so, as opposed to proposing fee in lieu. I mean, the applicant's intention is to build sidewalks
We're
and crosswalks.
Building the sidewalks that's shown on our plan set that's been submitted, correct?
But the fee in lieu of, Jeff, you're talking about is a fee in lieu of the sidewalks that we've been discussing to date, beyond that shown on the drawings.
Correct.
We're
I
not-
felt like some of the other board members had a leaning towards saying, hey, let's at least collect some money to achieve this goal beyond what their plan set was. And if that wasn't the case, then I misunderstood. But this does not allow for any in lieu of fee if any board members were thinking that.
Yeah, the fee in lieu would need to be specifically written into a condition, and we would do a separate condition.
Okay, understood.
But right now, there's no fee in lieu as part of this approval.
All right, so we've generally discussed through 14. Any additional concerns from board members?
I think you do need to renumber because it looks like you
It'll-
have 2
it'll-
paragraph 12s.
I'm just tracking changes right now, so it'll be all fixed when I
Minor
hit
point.
accept all.
Sure.
One thing I will note is that the plan expiration is just 36 months with, application, just knowing that the phasing, sometimes we do 12 months, 24 months. We just figured 36 months would be a little bit more straightforward, especially if they're envisioning a 5-year build-out and knowing that market conditions may change. So at least this will give room for somewhere into Phase B to get substantial construction completed, and then we can come back for expirations. But this is fairly standard, just a little bit longer.
Sure. Any other conditions as presented that the board has any questions on or concerns?
Mr. Chair, I'd move to adopt the conditions of approval as amended.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce, and the second, Jim. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the conditions of approval as amended? All right, those in favor? Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Catherine?
Yes.
A vote yes, motion passes 5-1.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we grant final subdivision approval for the project at 321 Lincoln Street, map 52, lot 19.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion on the motion? All right, those in favor, Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Catherine?
Yes.
A vote yes, motion passes 5-1. All right, thank you. Charles, is there anything else to add on this item? Nope. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we take a short break before the next item, please?
Sure, we'll take a 5 to 7 minute recess. All right, thank you everyone for that short recess. We will continue along with our agenda this evening, moving to our next item, which would be 991 Portland Road. This is map 63, lot 6, and this is a continued public hearing and application review for a site plan application for a 5-building mixed-use development within the Park North Contract Zone District. With that, Charles, anything to add before we begin on this item?
Yeah, there's, I think for project review, I like noting at each phase, like the process, what we're looking for. This is the first pretty in-depth review to the site plan ordinance, so I hope you guys are able to take a look at the memo as it relates to this. I can let the applicant kind of give an overview of the project again, but we are still working concurrently on the TMP review. I don't have a update for you guys at this time of the status of the TMP. Those conversations are ongoing, but there's a couple of things in here that the applicant has responded to, revised to. But if you have any questions about how this project relates to some of these standards, happy to answer them or happy to defer them to the applicant.
All right, great, thank you. Board members, any questions for staff before we turn it over to the applicant? Jim.
Charles, just looking at the most recent proposal for the parking design, does it still appear to you that a waiver is needed?
So short answer is I believe so, but I went through a couple other city approvals like this, and it appears the city has granted that waiver before. There are ways, that we don't have to grant it by lowering the minimum parking requirement as discussed here. Again, I think because the planning board has issued that waiver before, I'm less concerned. If the board would like a legal opinion on that, we could go seek and address that. But as of right now, the board has approved a waiver for this standard within the last 5 or 6 years, I believe.
But Charles, what I meant was, I understand the section 230-1001 off-street parking. We still need to address that, but I was referencing the section 230, 1002F2.
Yes, that's the one I'm referring to.
I thought I looked at some of the comments indicating that had been addressed and they had actually adjusted their parking areas to comply with that standard. But maybe they could speak to that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jim. Jeff.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I had a question for Charles, too. As far as the Water Resource Recovery Division, they were doing a flow assessment for the Waterfall Drive to determine capacity to serve. Mr. Orr's response from June 8th said that it kind of sounded like there was about a week's worth. No, it's really close. Have we had any feedback from them, like just prior to this meeting, or are we still?
I believe I put it somewhere in my memo. I know. So in section K of the site plan standards, the second paragraph, I say preliminary analysis indicates that sufficient wastewater capacity is available. That does not mean it's they have gotten their capacity to serve, but the final report is coming out. I think Adam and the city engineers are working on it this week or next week is when I'm anticipating it. But I did ask ahead of the planning board, what did the preliminary, pretty much got a yes, most likely. But I think it's important to talk about, we don't know the uses, the number of residential units and things like that. But generally, we're moving towards being comfortable, and that's the preliminary analysis indicates that, yes, there is.
So was that analysis focused kind of on phase A, or is it focused on the entire build-out?
It's the entire build-out and looking at all the uses that it kind of extend from that pump station, because there have been a lot of changes in that surrounding network unrelated to Waterfall Drive, but because the pump station is kind of associated to the contract zone and this development goes through it. It's looking at the estimated build out and even given some, other things. And I've already reached out to, as part of this analysis, looking to get some guidance from whether it's Public Works, Water Resources, to figure out like how to monitor it going forward. But I think right now we're under the assumption that there's enough flow for this proposed development to not have a burden, but the final report would be available sooner, or not as after this meeting.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for staff before we begin? All right, with that, we'll ask the applicant to tell us whatever he wants. He'll give us a brief update here.
Sure.
And maybe touch upon Jim's question here as well to the islands. I think the third-party reviewer reviewed it, but anyway, go ahead, sorry.
Yep, absolutely. Good evening. My name is Matthew Orr, civil engineer with Sebago Technics. Here with Elliot Chamberlain, the developer for Park North Development, as well as the architect. We're here this evening, again, just a response to comments that we had and continuing our review of this application. In getting to the one comment, Jim, and with respect to the parking internal landscaping waiver that we were looking for, it is our understanding that in the latest review from the peer review that we have now met the counts, so we would not be pursuing that waiver request anymore. I think the additional waiver that was mentioned in respect to total parking spaces of the whole development is still something that we are pursuing, and we've had discussions a couple times now about that. And then to also touch on what Charles mentioned with respect to wastewater, we did receive the similar feedback that the study had just come back in the last day or two, and the preliminary results, again, haven't been shared with us directly, but it's been verbally shared that all signs are pointing that there's no indication of any holdup with this development, specifically looking at the building one, that is, as well. But, you know, that is something that they are looking at, and it's more for the entire surrounding area, because there is significant flows in the area that drains to Route 1 and eventually into Waterfall Drive. So it's not just this development that's contributing to that, it's a lot of that area as a whole, and looking at how that could grow and expand. So it's a longer-term study that they were looking into. I think since the last time we were here, you know, we're refining some of the internal workings of that building one, so adjusted some of the utility connections and layouts as far as entrances into the building. But overall, our layout of the site has not changed. You know, the building footprints in the same place. Proposed uses at this time have not changed since the last time we were in front of you all. And really, we're just looking at the building one, phase one development at this time. So I think the comments we received were with respect to that as well, and it seemed to be understood. So I think other than the couple items, and I know that the TMP was brought up, but that is in the final stages, and I believe DOT was working on their draft language, so that's anticipated hopefully be in front of us here very shortly. And obviously the trips associated with this development are all accounted for within that TMP. So if there's any other further questions, happy to address those.
All right, great, thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair, I'll just comment. I really appreciated that June 8th memo that you did, tying together the most recent comments by other reviewers, and at least I find that really, really helpful. And I appreciate that it's a lot of work in a short period of time, but it really makes our job much easier, and so thank you.
Great, thank you, Jim. Any other thoughts or questions from board members?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Jeff? Sure.
For staff, I guess I'm struggling a little bit here to try to, the scope. I mean, we're looking at the whole layout, and I've shared my excitement, my enthusiasm with the design, the concept, and the use. But when we're trying to apply all of our standards, you know, so many of the things that we're trying to check off, you know, the sewer capacity, the parking counts, the TMP permit, the snow storage. But then I'm hearing, are we really only looking to approve phase one and that limited parking that we're talking about? I thought the applicant was asking for overall approval and knowing that we'd have to, you know, come back and make some tweaks for the other. You know, to me, that just feels like there's a lot of questions. And all of these numbers jump around so much. The parking count or the traffic counts are on anticipated uses, right? And it's like that's just kind of this mysterious hole because the developer doesn't know. He wants to have commercial space and some residential space, and we understand that. But what the commercial space will impact is still hard for me to grasp. So are we trying to focus tonight just on this phase A, or are we really focusing on the entire site plan?
I would say yes. I think phasing is an important component of this because opposed to the previous project, we're looking at a phased approval. So at each phase, the applicant will be coming back to the planning board looking to confirm and have more information. What I would recommend for the planning board is to say, at a high level, will the whole site function? So we're looking at utility layout, access, total parking numbers. The project will need to meet that at the end, but also with each phase. And I think the waiver kind of captures the overall, the parking waiver captures the overall site, but also for each phase, I believe. But I think it's really hard, and I think we're sharing kind of the same concerns, and why I thought it was good to have tonight's meeting is to, you know, ask those questions. What are the numbers? I think my memo does a pretty good job of saying, here's where there's some uncertainty. Like the whole construction and phasing of the project, I think we would require another whole plan. I know we've already had preliminary meetings with the applicant team and with Public Works to talk about how phasing will work, what are our concerns, but to have those written down in a CM plan, but also just getting these final numbers, what will be the use. I think when it comes to phased approval, we will certainly need the phase A numbers as close as possible. To know, you know, here's the number of residential. If here's what we're asking for the waiver, the parking will be made up in phase two, that might work. But to have all of that kind of getting down, I think what would be helpful for tonight is, again, I didn't provide conditions of approval or findings of fact, but for the planning board to kind of ask, like, what is missing for, you know, overall approval, but also phased approval for the project. So I think, Jeff, you saying there's a lot of questions is good analysis. But to ask those questions, show your concerns. We may not be able to get answers tonight, but hearing what the applicant has, because the applicant has responded to a lot of our peer review comments, but hearing what the board, I think the applicant knows where staff has some uncertainty, but hearing from the board as well kind of helps getting to the next meeting, getting to working towards approval.
Thank you, Charles. Jeff, any other thoughts?
No, those are my thoughts. I mean, I can be the first one to go and try to summarize my thoughts, and hopefully that will move the board, if that's what we're doing. I'd like to be able to try to get to the next item too at some point. So,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's get started and start providing the applicant with direction and questions and comments. So.
well, I mean, first of all, I think you guys are doing a great job with this correlation back and forth. The summary memo was really good between Public Works and tying all those peer reviews together. Captured a lot of my concerns. For me, I still have, you know, once we get the capacity to serve from wastewater, and that's great, right? But they're looking for flows from use, and that's hard to anticipate. And my kind of fear is I like the whole concept. I mean, we've shared this excitement, but what happens if we do phase 1 and 2 and then there's no capacity to do phase 3? Or I also like how you bring a lot of experience when we talk about parking, right? And the non-coincidental uses, how some of the residential uses will vacate during the day when the business uses, that makes sense. But at the same time, our peer reviews come back with these drastically different numbers, right? 500 and something parking spaces down to 300. And I don't want to see approved a project and then have it fail and feel like we didn't do our job, or my job when I signed on that line, as well as the traffic moving permits. And I know they all take time. And how do we navigate this? You have a great idea, a design in front of us, but we have no idea who's going to occupy those buildings that kind of give us a lot of the data that we need to approve. So I kind of feel like we're in somewhat of a limbo. I feel like I'm in limbo because I can't, say I don't want to waive the parking requirements for the whole project, not knowing what the intended use may be, and then we end up with those few events where we have this cluster of Waterfall Drive, being overflowed with on-street parking, and that's my concern. Yet I understand, like Mr. Chair brings up some points sometimes, hey, we don't want to have these huge, use the term like asphalt deserts, right, where the parking's not being utilized. But I don't know, how do we have a mechanism that we can approve some of it to let you get moving, but know that, hey, if we discover there's a shortage on parking, we can adjust and still have the functional space for the multi-use that you're proposing. So that's just kind of where I am, and I'm grateful that you've taken care of a lot of the technical stuff, because if we were just talking about, hey, how come the 2 electrical services for the front building are going overhead when everything else is going underground, right? That would be a real simple thing to discuss and make go away. It's pretty concrete. All these other questions is where I just kind of struggle, right? And
if I could take the 4 comments that you talked about, and we do have answers for all 4 of them. I'm going to leave snow storage aside because that's such a minor issue. The TMP, we're 95, 96, 97% there. We are literally down to talking about the entrance at Eastview Parkway to Route 1. That's it. That's the only thing we're discussing. And we've got our comments together. We're waiting on one comment from Charles and Emily to get back to DOT. So we expect a meeting in the next 2-3 weeks. But we certainly expected, when we got going on this, that we told Charles, we're going to be in front of the board before we have that TMP permit. Can we treat the CO as the condition that we can move forward, knowing we're going to have that DOT permit very soon, and allow us to get going, start the building, and before we ever get this thing even framed, we'll have the DOT permit. But, Charles can certainly fill that in. He's been on every one of those meetings, so I'm not saying anything he's, doesn't know either. So we expect, if there was a big item in that DOT permit, we'd put ourselves on hold. If we didn't know where things were going to go with that, we'd be foolish to be in front of you not knowing we couldn't overcome a certain hurdle with DOT. I am fully convinced that the issue we're dealing with left on DOT is so minor in nature, and all we're talking about is not something, can we do it or can't we do it? Do we like option A or option B? That's literally what we're down to for the intersection of Eastview Parkway where it hits Route 1. That's it. Most of the time at the DOT meetings have spent with us and the city joining forces to try to push DOT to allow us to do the light at the top of Waterfall Drive. That's been 80% of our conversation. Unfortunately, even together, working together, we've been unsuccessful to talk DOT into anything but, until we meet the warrants, that's where we are. On the parking, it was really come back in exactly what Charles just said. A preliminary on the whole thing, just like we did on the overall Park North development, the whole 300 acres. We really got a preliminary on the whole thing, the ability to move one in the very beginning a long time ago. We still have had to come in every time we've wanted to do something for the board to look at what is it we're doing, how does it meet the ordinance, and so on and so forth. We're looking at a preliminary for the whole thing. Does the concept, the overall utilities, is engineering happy with it, so on and so forth, and get final on phase 1 so we can get going. We still, every phase, we got to come back in front of this board and say, okay, here's the building we want to do, and let's look at how is parking working. Is it a disaster? Is it working really well? Are we getting the shared uses that we thought? And again, we've said many times, this is not just the parking on site here. We have 3 other facilities that we're in control of that we agreed we would put in a deeded restriction that we'd be able to allow that parking. So even if we sold those properties, we'd still have that shared parking. So certainly willing to do that. Again, we've always thought that the parking numbers in Saco are way overdone, and you end up with that sea of parking. That's not, every town and city in Maine is pushing for less and less and less for a lot of environmental reasons, and the fact that we have people living close enough where they could walk or bike, both on the site and off the site. And because of the mixed use, we have found through experience in looking at other developments, both in Maine and out of state, because of the mixed use, you get that, not just residential and commercial, but different types of commercial, so that some are open in the morning, some midday, some weekends, some nights. So you don't need full parking counts for every single use. Yes, Jeff, you're 100% right. We have to take some assumptions on what those uses are going to be, and some of them will be low, some of them will be high, but between the experience of my projects, other projects, Sebago Tech's, who's done thousands of projects, and looking at the history, we feel comfortable. And the last thing I want is to build a project of this magnitude and end up with, I can only get half the commercial in here. But we have the ability to, we get to phase 2, if that building needs to shrink, or we exaggerated low and I have the ability to expand it, we could do that. Each building could shrink a little bit in size. I don't think we're going to have to get rid of anything. But may we end up losing a few thousand square feet on the footprints because parking isn't working out 100% the way we thought, or to give ourselves a little bit of play? We certainly have the ability to do that. And like Charles said, by having to come back in for phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, to show, have we made any changes on the site? Have we made any changes to the buildings? This board and staff and engineering and all the different agencies would have the ability to look at each one each single time. So I certainly believe that the parking is more than sufficient, but still keeping track of, just like we have always done with DOT permits, traffic counts, and with acres of impervious. We keep a scorecard between Sebago and staff and Sebago and DOT. So every time something gets built, how much impervious do we have? How much area or availability do we have left in a certain detention pond? How many cars left? How is that working with our trips? So we keep a scorecard. I see this working in the exact same way. And that scorecard has worked extremely well on the DOT counts and the impervious with engineering. I see this working the same way. So if we get to phase 2 or phase 3 and go, hey, we are way out of whack, we got to take that 10,000 square foot building and bring it down to 7, or that 15,000 square foot building and bring it down to 8. We have that ability to do that. So I don't see anything disappearing, but I certainly see, yeah, could there be the possibility of a building shrinking in size when you get to phase 2, 3, and 4? That could be. But we're setting this up with that in mind and giving ourselves the ability to adjust, if needed, as we move forward through the project, once you start to see. But even if those buildings were built tonight and you could fill them all tomorrow morning, 5, 10 years from now, as those leases turn over, it would be another whole group of people. Certainly, once it is all built out, if the parking is tight, certain tenants aren't going to want to be there. If the parking is fine, then you're going to get a whole mix of different tenants. So we feel comfortable enough that it is enough, and we have the overflow and have the ability between shared parking, biking, walking, the overflow parking across the street, behind the site across from Weston Lane. We have that ability to cover all those items. Jumping to the sewer, I hear what you're saying. At the same time, I understand the project down the street just got a capacity to serve on the site right beside Hancock. Pack Edge is doing and they just got the ability to serve. That goes down the same place. At the end of the day, I keep getting told by both the sewer department and Public Works that at the end of the day, this is a city issue. So I guess we're unsure as to how to respond to that. We're being told it's not an issue. Literally, I was told that as of 4:30 this afternoon, that Charles is 100% right. That report just got done last week, and it's being reviewed to make sure that everybody understands what it actually means. So the changes that were made at Ready Seafood, from what I understand, had a very big positive impact on this pipeline and waterfall having the ability to pick up a lot of flow. At some point, someday, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, there is a piece of pipe in waterfall, as I understand it, that is going to probably have to be replaced or something changed. Coming from the other direction, there is no limitation that they have coming from Cascade Road through the backwoods. So if you're tying into that line, there is no issues, and they don't think they're ever going to see any. But from also what I understand, they want to look at, okay, what's all the possible development, both on my site and off my site, that would come into this line. And what they don't know is who the tenant or use is going to be, so what is the demand, how quick that development's going to happen, both on-site and off-site. So talking to Howard and talking to Travis and talking to Adam, we get back to the same thing. I said, if you guys think this is a city issue, why do I keep getting asked to relook at this? And I have no control over it. It's in a city-owned road and a city-owned pipe that was designed by the city. Obviously, Ready Seafood threw a curveball into this whole thing because of the massive flow that they have. And they went through their issues, but from what I understand, a lot of changes have been made over there, which greatly reduced the amount of flow, which obviously is helping everybody else. But as we understand it, at the end of the day, it's not our issue, but I understand we're flowing down that pipe. They don't see any issues with us at this point. So I'm not sure where to take that one.
Well, I think that was, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please.
I think that was very helpful. I guess you brought up a couple of things. You may, as you come back before us for Phase B, Phase C, subsequent phases, may have to tweak footprints and stuff. If you were to do that, it'd be interesting to know on your scorecard that you keep for these ponds, how much more impervious area could you be adding some parking spaces to supplement if you needed to? Do you have capacity in the future? That would be helpful. The other thing is, would you be open to agreeing a condition of approval that would say you wouldn't change the ratio of mixed use, right? Because we went through this whole thing within 600 feet of Route 1, no residential use, but then mixed use was kind of now approved. They gave you the second stories because your team has pointed out, hey, the square footage of a residential use requires less parking than some of these commercial uses,
Yes.
right? So I would just hate to build out Phase A and B and they go, oh, we're way off on parking, we're just going to go ahead and fill the rest with residential, because it would definitely change the feel, I think, of what we're all visioning. So as long as, would you be agreeable to making sure that that ratio, the buildings might shrink, but we're not going to change the ratio of commercial to residential in that mixed use?
The agreement or understanding, talking to both Charles and Emily, was that and I don't know if this is written down, so I want to be careful how I say this, that mixed use really didn't include residential on the first floor. So I said, one, I personally agree with that philosophical decision. Mixed use to me is non-residential on the first and residential on subsequent floors. In this case, the maximum floors is 3 floors. I certainly would agree that we would not put any residential on the first floor. I have no problem agreeing to that. And I can't see in a suburban area the purpose of putting commercial on a second floor. I don't think that's probably going to happen.
Chair, can I provide some commentary? Elliot?
Absolutely.
I think it can help. And so our understanding of zoning, and to get that is that mixed use in this site with the contract zone and the Portland Road zoning district does not allow residential on the first floor within 600 feet of it. And so zoning, our interpretation of zoning, which will be captured in the memo and the findings down the road, kind of reinforce that. And I think a little bit to kind of touching on all of these points, so no one specific topic, each phase will need to meet the standards, and I don't think any of us are in disagreement with that. But I'm also, I think, Jeff, to your point, I'm also looking to add a condition at final build out, because one thing that we don't do here in Saco is for changes of use, if it's a conditional use, it may need to go to the planning board. But I think how we're monitoring these long-term, and I've seen projects in, I think some in Saco, but definitely in other communities where you have a monitoring condition that upon changes of use, they just provide updating traffic count to make sure that the final approval is always, and we can always in agreement, whether it is for flow, because water, WRD will not, like with a change of use, say everything's built out 10 years from now, and whether Elliot's involved or not, whoever it may be, they still need to get approval from WRD, and they will need to submit a wastewater discharge application, and that will need to be reviewed. With a traffic condition, for example, if a new use came in, whatever it may be in the future, and they have a higher traffic count, we would need to see that. I think one thing we are looking for specifically related to traffic, and this is a comment from VHB, is where is the traffic demand management in terms of this waiver request? And I think Elliot's has made some great points here about building near residential, mixed use operating at different times, and having all of that captured in a response to that to provide kind of some more information for the waiver, but also the waiver at each stage. So I think what staff is looking for is just clarity for especially the Phase A approval, the number of residential units, and the closest proposed user, which I think you are leaning towards a proposed use for that Phase A building. I think there's some documentation that shows.
Yeah, half of the first floor is pre-leased.
Yeah, and knowing what the number of residential. So, but I think we also want to be thinking about the overall plan now too. So I think part of approving Phase A is also looking at the whole project at the same time. So each phase will have to be relevant to that overall concept plan, but we'll also have to meet it. So I think I'm capturing a lot of what Elliot has said. So like the wastewater capacity, preliminary things are showing, but if, for example, if like 5 breweries came in at the same time, not that that's going to happen, but if that ever did happen, that would require a lot of water, and we would have to look at that, but that would happen at each time. But generally, the envisioned mixed use right now is showing that, yeah, we generally have capacity. Traffic will need to meet, Phase A will have to meet the standard with the waiver, but also the overall concept plan is something like that as well. So I think being a phased approval, there is some flexibility, but we also do want to have a little bit more certainty moving forward.
And the comment he just made about the long term, which actually doesn't happen a lot, but I can see how it's a good idea. The place is full. At some point down the road, the leases are turning over. A new tenant comes in. It's an allowed use, so we wouldn't be back in front of the board, but the building inspections department would see it. But if there was already a condition that said, okay, new tenant, we have to look at your wastewater flow compared to the last tenant, and is it a big increase, a decrease? If it's a decrease, no big deal. And if it's an increase, does it still fall within the realm of an acceptable flow? I certainly don't mind living by that restriction. So it's basically a restriction for life. I don't mind living by that. Obviously at some point I won't be the person that's going to come ask for it. So the project itself would have that restriction. So you don't have to just worry about the first, say, 10 years of leases. You're covered, 100 years down the road.
Okay, thank you. I mean, my big question, Charles, you answered it because of the contract zone wording and if he were to decrease the size of his building to try to accommodate parking space needs, the ratio is set because it says first floor has to be commercial, mixed commercial, in order for the second floor to be residential, so it has to shrink.
Yeah, I mean, it's mixed use. I think I want to be, what I was saying is residential is not on the first floor, but market conditions, if it becomes a wonderful business park, it might just be businesses. Like that is, I don't think that's the development, but because it's all allowed uses within the contract zone and the Portland Road zoning, any of those would be possible. I think holding a ratio to, a certain number of residential units is a separate conversation. There's nothing that requires this to be a certain number of residential units. I don't think that's what you're asking for, but just in terms of use, the first floor has to be commercial. In zoning, can only be commercial.
Yeah, and to clarify, I think I see where you were going with that. My point was, if we had a 12,000 square foot building on the first floor with 12 units on the second, if the parking became a big problem, I might need to make that 12,000, 8,000 on the first floor with only 8 apartments on the second. But no, I wasn't looking to say, let's make it a one-story building and put all the residential on first. Okay, I caught that on your second comment.
Great, thank you. Any other thoughts or questions from board members? Jim?
So just to, and this is to Jeff's point a bit too, but just make sure we're all focused on the right stuff. I know, Elliot, you mentioned something about preliminary approval and of the whole project, but this is site plan, right? So it's not a subdivision. So there's no preliminary. We either grant the site plan or we don't, right?
With a condition that we still have to come back. So I apologize.
It's phased approval. So what we will need, and we don't have, is the phasing plan. So the applicant team has shown us like they're going to develop this section first. Oh, you're showing it here. Sweet. I was like, I'm not doing that. But showing that building one, that first area is going to be. So the approval for the planning board, I think what will be included in the plan set is an overall plan, but we'll need to see only phase one. And I think this is comments for a construction management plan similar to what we've seen with other projects recently. We would just be approving phase one. Phase one has to meet the standards. To go on to building 2 and the center is proposed here, I believe that's what it is. That would be, they would come back to the planning board for approval of that building, and then that would need to meet phase building 2. Because it could come in where, after 2 years of building this, parking standards change and that left side is not needed, and they can do another building and that comes in. So while we are approving a general overall layout, and it's good to think about utilities at this phase, really the site just needs to function as phase A. And I can provide a little bit more context with the phased approval. I wasn't prepared for that, but generally phased approval means it's not a condition, it's just probably will be some sort of condition or thing saying like any next phase of development has to be reviewed by the planning board.
Right, so that sounds like what we're really we'll want to understand the entire project, and we've talked about that quite a bit, and I agree with Jeff, it's a great-looking project, and hopefully it can all be built out exactly as you have planned. But for our purposes, for this application, we're really looking at building 1, right? And so that's what we'd be giving site plan approval on, right? Just building 1.
Yeah,
Right.
with the future plans to build out more.
I agree.
Yeah.
No,
But this is looking at general layout at the start. Does this make sense? Things might change from design to design, but generally.
Yeah, because trying to make the utilities work as a whole was the most important part, to say the water district, sewer district, CMP, other underground items. So they wanted to make sure this whole thing worked as a unit once complete, and that we wanted to make sure that we could continue to follow through with this concept, and we don't get to phase 2 and all of a sudden the city says, nah, we just don't like the concept anymore. And I'm stuck with one building in the corner.
Right, and I don't think anyone would want that. So So I was just trying to understand the process that we need to follow here so that we'll know what we're going to eventually be voting on. So I'm sure Charles will provide some language that will give us an opportunity to kind of look holistically at it, but only give approval now for the first building. Right? Great, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Any other thoughts or questions from board members? So, Charles, as far as the parking waivers go, the way I'm reading it, I don't think we need a parking waiver, and I'm convincing myself that because we have multiple moving targets, but as they show in their parking table here about the required spaces, proposed spaces, and then underutilized spaces that we can share throughout Park North, and then that total, please correct me if I'm wrong, if I misunderstand this, but within our parking standards and our requirements, it is within 230-1002, but the board has the ability with shared parking and parking in reserve to not reduce those numbers if there's parking held in reserve and if there's shared parking. If the board finds that that's adequate and sufficient, then, which I think we would based on what the applicant's providing us and proposing, I don't think that waiver's necessary. Do you read it like that as well? And I guess I
know what you're saying, but I think the shared parking and the waiver from the minimum parking standards are separate, but kind of part of the whole discussion. I think I'd have to go through and look at it in depth, but effectively, yes, I would say like you would grant the waiver by acknowledging that shared parking is allowed. It'd be like one yes to both, kind of like
sure.
You would grant the waiver.
Yeah, and I bring that up because with the phased approach and all of this parking, if we have phase one, we had a waiver and it was X, and then we get to phase two, and then we have a waiver and it's Y, and then each phase gets a waiver for a different amount, and then they're all still interconnected. If there were just no waiver, it was shared parking, and as the spaces turn over and move, it becomes this fluid area of parking that works, but then is still held by the standards. I don't know, that seems to...
Yeah, I mean, like phase
seems too early to...
Yeah,
I'm just worried about keeping track of parking.
A waiver might not be needed in phase one, but I think a waiver would be. I don't think you'd be really waiving anything because the parking requirement for phase one depends on those uses in building one.
Sure.
And then phase two is where we would start looking at, building two is a larger, maybe a single use, but also includes a prospective event space. So looking at what is the peak demand for that, and that's where the waiver, I think, comes into play, or shared parking, because there's a lot of parking, and then definitely when you look to that buildings 3, 4, and 5, that's where you really see a need for a waiver. I think it's great. I do appreciate that it's in front of us now, and then I think we may not need to grant a waiver, so the waiver might not be needed for the first phase of approval. But I think when we're looking at, so similar to what Jim's saying, making sure the overall plan works, we may need to grant that waiver. And I want to provide some more clarity for the board on the phased approval, because it is looking like that is what we need. That becomes the big process of making sure we're approving this correctly, and I can provide some railroads for that.
Sure, and I'm trying to think ahead of not having a waiver for each different phase or building or use, and then 5-10 years when the tenants move over or turnover, then we have restrictions based on parking, and then who's gone in there, and then trying not to create this parking battle, because
I think the point to what Jeff was talking about is that in the future, like A change of use doesn't necessarily trigger planning board review. So if they go from one use to another use and that traffic is over their approved amount, how do we enforce that? And I think that's where we would require a site plan amendment. I think there's a similar, where the situation where I've seen this monitoring is you have a project that's generating around like 90 trips per peak hour, and then after a new use goes in, after 5-10 years, it now triggers a TMP. So having that monitoring condition kind of allows the city, whether it's permitting, to catch that and make sure that the overall project is still in compliance with zoning standards. So I think we can look at the overall, there's a few things here. We can look at the project for, overall layout and design, see that it's generally in compliant, but then look at it also at each phase in a little bit more detail, seeing what's needed, what's extra needed. And then the third piece is having that monitoring condition long-term to make sure that the project stays in compliance. I think there's just a lot of different, I don't think anyone's necessarily wrong. I think there's just a lot of pieces here in terms of overall concept, making sure each phase is consistent, and how do we ensure the viability long-term and that it stays in compliance.
Sure.
It's tricky, but I think I can provide some more clarity for staff and work with the applicant team to kind of get what we need to make you guys comfortable with the process of a phased approval.
Okay.
I think you're both right. I think phase one, you have phase two in reserve. When you do phase two, you have phase three in reserve. And I think Charles is right. Once you build phase 1, 2, and 3, you have too much parking at that point. The rubber's going to hit the road when you get to phase 4 and 5, those last two buildings along Route 1. That's when you're going to be able to see how is parking looking, what are the ultimate size of those buildings, and what are the intended uses, and how does that bring us from excess parking into negative parking? And do we need a waiver at that point?
Yeah, and that's why I'm hesitant to a waiver now. When we waiver now, and then that just locks you into who knows in the other buildings. So,
Right.
Okay. So, with that, any other thoughts or questions, concerns, comments from board members? So we have, I guess, Elliot, there's a few things that you're working on that we're tidying up. They're just about through with the TMP. We talked about parking and perhaps, go ahead.
Public hearing too.
Yes.
No, you were getting into your stride there. I hate to
Yep, no, that's fine.
throw off the emperor's
No,
groove.
that's
but-
fine. Let's do that.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to open the public hearing.
I will second that.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on opening public hearing on this item this evening? All right, those in favor, Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to open the public hearing. If anyone is with us this evening that would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and we will collect comments and address them accordingly.
Mr. Chair, seeing no one wishing to speak tonight at the public hearing, I'll move to continue the public hearing until...
Of a point of clarification, I guess, on the motion. This is where we kind of get into the scheduling. So we have just two options here. The next meeting we would look at would be July 21st. Otherwise, with August 11th being saved entirely, well, the August 3rd meeting is canceled for National Night Out. August 11th is being held as a planning board training date. August 18th would be, it's either July 21st or August 18th. And I think we're moving towards approval. I think August 18th would give us a lot of time to finalize a lot of things. July 21st, I don't know if we would be able to get everything tallied up. I will look at you guys whether, and you probably will prefer the 21st, but.
We feel comfortable on our end that July 21st is more than enough time to do the things that we're talking about. Sorry to put the pressure on you.
No, that's fine. July 21st.
Then July 21st.
I will second that.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion on continuing the public hearing on this item to July 21st? All right, those in favor, Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. Okay, so with that, a few of the questions, comments, concerns that we've touched upon tonight is, like I started to say, the TMP, you're wrapping that up. Charles is going to look into parking waivers a little bit more and maybe how we can address that. The phasing plan, which I think you've started here, but I think maybe in conjunction, I think with a little bit, and maybe Charles can direct you as well, a brief statement or narrative, and then with that, I think the board may support draft findings of fact and conditions of approval to complete that. You mentioned the sewer and working with that and the capacity phasing. Was there anything else, Jeff, on your list that I had missed?
No, Mr. Chair, I think that you guys have really summarized the phasing approach, and I agree, I wouldn't be in favor of a waiver at this point, but we're carrying those numbers. They do, like I said, scorecards, so I think that I have a much clearer vision now, so I think we've covered everything. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other thoughts or questions from board members? Staff, the applicant, is there anything that we missed that you're looking for additional clarity or direction on? No. All right, well, I think Jeff and some other board members have said it. I think this is a nice proposal. I think we're excited about it, and looking forward to kind of getting to the next step and reviewing it here. So with that, we have continued public hearing to the 21st. Yeah. Anything else from board members? Jim, you want to?
Move to continue application review till July 21st.
I will second that.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion to continue application review and public hearing on this item to July 21st? All right, those in favor. Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, continuing with our agenda briefly here, we have an application of completeness review before us for 530 Ferry Road. This is map 4, lot 28, and this is a site plan review to construct a 420-foot private way off of Ferry Road in the low-density residential district. Charles, anything to add on this item before we begin?
I know we just changed consent calendar application completeness because we were in between operating procedures. I truthfully didn't expect you guys to approve that last meeting, but I was anticipating tonight. So what we did tonight is schedule application completeness and also notice for a public hearing as well, just to do a 2-for-1 and kind of keep it moving. So we do have all 3 included here. Staff did a general application completeness review for this, and you can see our comments here, but we would be recommending approval in a situation where this was on the consent calendar. We would be recommending approval with the comments noted.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff on this item?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So Charles, I noticed more information requested on 4 different items. In this particular instance, for essentially a relatively short private road, are they critical submission?
Not for application completeness. I think these are important elements of application review. I think there would just be comments that we would have just to address and clarify a few things. And like one of the notes would be updated, showing the amount of impervious area, so a stormwater plan depends on that. But I think all of these things don't make the project something that we don't feel is complete. Just we need further clarification on.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any conflicts or disclosures before we begin? I have one. I know one of the residents within the 600-foot radius. I don't see a reason I can't be objective and review the project, but just putting it out there for board members to know. And any reservations, let me know.
I would find no conflict. I mean, I think it's great you put it out there, but that's not part of our standard protocol. They're not like blood-related relatives. It's just somebody you know.
Yeah,
Yep.
just, it's easier to just talk about it now than
Absolutely.
later. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no objections.
I probably know people within 600 feet of this project too, but I don't have any financial interest in it, so.
I know. All right, with that, we'll turn it over to the applicant and go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Austin Fagan. I'm here with BH2M representing Mazoin Development LLC. As Charles stated, this is a proposed 475-foot private way at 530 Ferry Road. This is a unique project. It is just approval for a private way. There is no subdivision involved, so kind of expediting the process on this one. The project has received an ability to serve from Maine Water Company, and we have submitted a self-verification to the Army Corps of Engineers, which is being reviewed currently. We have received comments from both staff and third-party reviewers. We are working through those comments right now. Nothing earth-shattering there, just need to work out a couple of kinks, make sure everybody has all the information they need, and it should be very straightforward. I did have a conversation with Lynn Copeland, the direct abutter, prior to being seen this evening, about some of the things that are on the more information required pertaining to buffering and things like that. We have talked about, she was looking for, if there was a potential to move the road for something like that. Unfortunately with this, I was just talking with John Safford, who is the real estate agent on the project, and the area that we show the road is what is for sale. So buffering would be the next approach. We're happy to provide buffering. She had requested plants that would be 3 to 4 feet tall, so that doesn't create shading on her driveway, which would stop icing in the wintertime, allow the sun to get through and keep things going the way they are. Other things that we're looking for more information on potentially was the 10,000 square foot threshold for stormwater review. I can assure you that this project is under 10,000 square feet. It is close, but still under 10,000 square feet. Some of the comments you may have seen in the review pertain to reaching out to the post office about how to take care of mailings. We have done that. We, on an updated design, have a turnout for a cluster mailbox. That being said, we've shortened the road by a few feet in order to make that work, but it still stays under that 10,000 square foot threshold for stormwater. As it is stated, for the more information required, an SRCC permit is required for placing fill within the SRCC 500-foot buffer zone. We have submitted that information to the corridor, and we anticipate being seen by them next month. So all of the steps have been taken in order to make sure that there is ability to serve for this project. All of the appropriate entities are being notified and permitted for the project. So that being said, I'd be happy to take any questions the board may have. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicant regarding application of completeness?
Mr. Chair, seeing no members of the board, at least so far, wishing to comment on that, I'll comment that I think the application is complete. So I'll move that we determine the application complete.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Joyce. Any additional discussion on the motion? Jeff?
So I just want to be clear, because I too kind of feel like the application's complete. There's a couple, peer reviews we're kind of waiting for some delineation on. But Charles, am I correct that, we have several things planned this evening for that? We have the public hearing and the application review. They would still have to come back before for a final review. So all of the Saco River Corridor Commission, it's like all of those will be tied up in review again, correct?
Yes, unless you guys went through public hearing, closed public hearing, and were like, draft findings tonight. That's always a possibility. But no, we would schedule another meeting. Yeah,
thank you.
That's the intent.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other discussion items on the motion? All right, those in favor? Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to find the application complete. All right, back to the board then. Any questions for the applicant as far as some of these items that they noted to begin with, some of the landscaping, some of the more information required by staff?
Well, I mean, some of that we would touch on because they have to, it's site plan, and you're intending a mailbox pullout, so you're going to come back before for some sort of subdivision review, or is it a possibility it'll all be held as one entity as far as like a condominium?
There is that possibility. So this property is actually set up, or not set up. The property's been owned long enough where there's a homestead exception, so 2 lots can actually split off of this. So as you saw, there was a lot division plan that was provided in the plan set showing the existing home on 1 lot and then 2 outsale lots. That is subdivision law that's allowed within Maine because the owner of the parcel has owned the property consistently for over a 5-year period. You can sell 2 outsale lots rather than just the typical one that would be seen within subdivision law. So no subdivision will be required for this project.
And I will also note that, with current housing laws, if there's and changes in subdivision law, it's not the same, it's not a straight trigger as like 3 dwelling units over 5 years. It's all challenged, but this, Austin summed it up, it is part of the homestead exemption.
So Austin, the land that, there's the remaining land, and then you have lot 1 and lot 2.
Correct.
And then that 4th lot's the road.
Correct.
Okay. And that's where you mentioned the lots for sale. Those lots 1 and 2 are the lots for sale. The other lot is being retained, and then obviously the road is, I suspect, intended to be, well, like, is it intended to be a city-owned dead end or a city-accepted dead end, or retained as a private way, or?
I believe this will be retained as a private way. So the right-of-way itself will be owned in fee by one of the 2 lots. But more or less, it will just be still a division of 2 lots, one of which owns the right-of-way, while the other lot has rights to pass over that property.
Okay. Yeah, to Jeff's question, some of those new state laws are still trying to work through and decipher and understand, but any other thoughts or concerns? Jeff, board members? Jeff, you thinking?
Mr. Chair, I was, but I thought I saw like the purchase and sale agreement in here, and I was just wondering, I didn't catch that is it being already sold as 2 lots? I mean, I thought that when a person bought an out parcel, they couldn't subdivide it unless the previous owner who had the rights for the homestead could subdivide it. That was what was a little confusing to me, because it looked like it was current date for the purchase and sale.
So it has not been sold yet, though. So there's an agreement, once the lots are sold, those lots separately will be purchased. So this approval will be done under the current owner as the two separate lots. And once this division is completed, then there's an agreement for both of those lots to be purchased.
So is it Mazoin Development that's applying for this, or is it the current owners of the lot? That's
Applying for the
confusing.
private way, not for the division. So right now, it would be creating a private way that would serve, and we talked to Dave Toomey about this. So this private way would be serving a parcel with, all of this frontage will go to the lot that's there right now. After this approval, it will be split, meeting that exception. This road has already been traveled with the code enforcement officer. It's actually how the plan to put this together came into fruition. So yes, it is unique, but it is legal.
Yeah, the order of operations. So it's common with the homestead exemption.
Okay.
Okay. Any other thoughts? I guess the one I had was in regards to buffering and landscaping, and that's, Austin, you started to touch upon that. You also touched upon the limits of the stormwater requirements, but then with that, I still had questions on how that road was, what was happening with all that water and the runoff from the road. It seems like it's just banked off to the side. Is that how I'm understanding that here? Like, how does that, where's the water from the road go?
Yeah, so as a point of reference, Ferry Road and the back of this property, which is about 1,300 feet away, have about 3 feet of elevation change, so it is extremely flat, which leads to, the lack of development that is allowed on a large parcel like this. We have proposed super elevating the road to direct all of the stormwater from the impervious areas onto the subject parcel. And it is very flat out there. Ferry Road right now doesn't have ditches. All of the water that goes off of the road just infiltrates into the ground. It's right along the Saco River, as we know, within the 500-foot corridor, so there's sandy soils in most places. So runoff from this property will be directed to shallow swales surrounding the road. A conveyance culvert's put in there, which more or less, as you may see from the comments, it's flat, but it's a conveyance culvert to let water get from flat area to flat area when it may rise. So to summarize what I'm trying to say, it will be directed into the wetlands and onto the property that's proposed. Onto the property that is proposing the private way.
So it's, from your plan here, it's wet out there, clearly.
Yes.
And while I guess that's what I'm trying to understand is so all that water's going into the site to those wetlands and back to those wetlands.
That is correct, yeah. So in this area, the general direction of runoff is from Ferry Road back into the project where the wetlands are. It is, like I said, it's very flat, makes it difficult to, send something to detention basin like we would in other projects that you may see. The idea, I believe, with the requirement for the 10,000 square foot threshold is, with this driveway being the way it is, someone could come in here and put in a single-family driveway of the same size, and it really, there would be no permitting involved with it whatsoever. So for smaller projects, it's less of a concern of where, we're not having a huge amount of impervious area that'll be directed towards anybody else's property.
Okay. That, I'm following for half a second, but then, so the water on the roadway there, it's not going plan north.
Correct.
Is that, so how does the water from the roadway get captured to not
So the roadway
go north?
So the roadway itself will be super elevated, so that means that it'll, instead of the typical crown where you have, 2% in either direction shedding water along the impervious area, it's all going to shed onto the, planned south side of the property. So all of the impervious area that will be created will go onto the subject property and then travel in the way that it is currently into the wetlands. The only portion of the road that will be, going planned north would be the small fill slope that's on the upper hand side of the road, and that's no more area than is already flowing to that, more or less. It's already grass out there for the first 150 or so feet of the roadway, and everything past that still continues to grade back into the site.
Okay. This section is very clear. I follow that. It's the, I guess it's the grading plan that's confusing me, because it seems like it's high and then it just dives off. I'm looking at the, I guess at the southeast corner, of the Copeland property. Is that, like all those grades right there, it seems 24 and then goes down, is that?
Yeah, so the road is being built up in order to get the infrastructure that's needed underneath it, such as that cross culvert right there.
Over at C2, essentially.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So water, as you can, you might be able to see on the profile view down beneath, there's a dashed line that kind of runs and shows an approximate ditch. So there will be a, it'll be shallow at that, but it will be promoting water to get from the front of the site to the back into that culvert and off into the wetlands.
Okay. That I understand. Okay, so you answered that question. We talked about landscaping. Okay, I think that's Jeff.
Could we play on that? I'm not following that, Austin. So I'm looking at the road elevation, and I can see, yeah, you're up at 24, and then I see your ditch line, and it steps down from, 22 to 21-ish. But I'm not seeing those gradients shifting to flow into the property. I'm just seeing them shift to go parallel to the road. And you have that little tiny ditch line, but how can that ditch line flow into the property if the majority of the ditch is, the bottom point of the ditch is at 21?
So I think what we're looking at here is the net change that there will be flowing towards that property line will be zero, more or less, since all of the impervious area is flowing onto the subject parcel rather than to plan north onto the abutting property. So there are well-drained soils out there. It is extremely flat, so stormwater is going to be encouraged through grading in order to get downstream right now. But currently, with everything out there, all the water that falls right now just infiltrates into the ground. There is no significant grade. Like I said, from over a 1,300-foot distance, there's more or less 3 feet, which is less than 0.5%, which is, like I said, everything out here is sitting, which is why you see the wetlands out there. That being said, we are creating more or less a dam by putting that road draining onto the subject property rather than half of it going towards the abutter, and that will prevent additional waters from going onto the abutter's property.
So all of the water, all the surface water from that private way is all going south, and the little bit in your right-hand side of your section here, the little bit of water that's there is part of that ditch going to that. What did you call it?
It's just a cross culvert for
the cross
stormwater
culvert.
conveyance, yeah.
And that's going into the site to capture that water. So where the grading looks like it's pushing everything north, it's a little deceiving because that's just the bottom of the ditch.
Exactly. So where there's no relief on this site, there's nowhere where you can really make a ditch and outlet it somewhere like you would on a typical project. Sites like this really rely on infiltration. Luckily on this one, there are sandy soils, so it's not something that we anticipate there being any major concerns.
Okay. Snow storage, I'm sure that's on your list to add and show and clean, and, sorry, I was reading clean out. Show and define. Any other thoughts from board members? Sorry. Jim?
No, Mr. Chair, two things. One is we're nearing 10 o'clock, and the second is this was scheduled for a public hearing.
Yes.
So I'll move that we continue our review of this application tonight until, I don't know, 10:15 or so, and also I'll move to open the public hearing.
I would second that.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion to open the public hearing and continue review to no later than 10:15 p.m.? All right, those in favor, Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. If anyone is with us this evening that would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record, and we will collect comments and address them accordingly.
I really don't like public speaking. My name is Lauren Harner. I live at 540 Ferry Road.
Could we just get you to pull the mic a little bit, please?
I'm speaking regarding the proposed development of 530 Ferry Road. After reviewing the planning department staff memo in the city's independent peer review, I don't believe this application is ready for approval because there's several significant issues that are not resolved. Most importantly, in May 2026, the city's independent wetland and wildlife peer reviewer, Norman Doe Associates, concluded that additional wetland areas appear to exist on the site that were not included in the applicant's delineation. According to the review, several wetland areas were excluded from the mapped wetlands, including areas that may affect the proposed roadway and the buildable portions of both lots. The peer review also found that a vernal pool survey was not conducted during the appropriate season, sometime in April or May that it should be done. During the site visit, substantial seasonal flooding was observed and portions of the site were identified as potentially suitable vernal pool habitat. As a result, the reviewer recommended that an in-season vernal pool survey to be completed and coordinated with the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. In addition, the peer review noted that the application does not include documentation showing consult with state and federal natural resource agencies regarding rare, threatened, or endangered species. It concluded that the reviewer concluded that revised wetland boundaries, a proper vernal pool survey, and consult with the appropriate agencies should be necessary. As a nearby resident, I can share that I regularly hear spring peepers and other amphibians in this area during the breeding season. I have two young boys that are always bringing me in some sort of reptile to see. I'm not qualified to determine whether a vernal pool exists on this property. The observations and the pictures that you can find in the city's peer reviewer support the recommendation that an in-season vernal pool survey be completed before the application moves forward. I'm also concerned about the stormwater management, which is something he touched on. They claim that it's exempt from stormwater requirements because it creates less than 10,000 square feet of impervious surface. Both planning staff and Public Works and Saco have requested additional information or a stormwater management plan. Being technically under the threshold is not the same thing as demonstrating there will be no impact. Given how close the project appears to be that threshold, and given the unresolved questions regarding the wetland boundaries, I believe the board should require a formal stormwater management plan before considering approval. Again, Public Works has identified unresolved drainage concerns, including the runoff towards specifically Copeland's property, potentially pooling with the drainage system. So for all these reasons, I think that there should be another wetland survey that should be completed for the vernal pools in the proper part of the season. State and federal wildlife and natural resource consultations should be completed, and also the stormwater management plan. So again, at this point, I just don't think it's ready to be approved. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Copeland. I live at 526 Ferry Road, right directly abutting this road. My house was built in 1762. It's 264 years old, and you know that we're celebrating our nation's 250th anniversary. And when I look at the plans, so from the front of my house, which they don't have pictured there, there's a dooryard, like bricks and so forth, and then my driveway, and like just a few feet off of that is the property line. So what's marked as a garage is my barn, and that's 7 feet from the property line. I won't have access to my backyard at all. The current owner currently is kind enough to let me put my dock storage there. It's in the woods, nobody sees it. But this road directly up to my property line, and not with any kind of buffer. So it's the construction of the 50-foot wide road starts at my property line, not 10 feet away, not 20 feet away, which I believe the zoning requires 20. And so I have no access to my backyard without removing multiple trees on this old property. The road is just on the other side of my driveway. So when you look at the plan and it shows the apron for the other road, that apron goes onto my property, although it is part of the city-owned buffer easement, whatever it is. You know what I'm talking about. And it like connects with my driveway. It's that close. So if people are like going down the road, you know, they might as well just wave at me in my kitchen window. My kitchen window is right there on the line, on the road, on my driveway, and a short, like maybe 5 or 6 feet of bricks, and then my front door. So this is going to be starting very close to my home. And it's just, we talked, I think the zoning LDR or whatever it is, low density, requires that it be compliant with the neighborhood, like the look and the feel and the history. There's a great deal of history out there. I won't go into that, but it's very real. And so it's only like 7 feet from my barn is the property line. But yet, from the Gottchen's house, like the farthest part out into the yard, to the new road is 106 feet. So I was wondering why it couldn't be designed a little bit differently away from my front door window, my kitchen window. And, you know, if they want to go back in, go behind my barn.
and bring it back in. But it just, it's out of the character of the neighborhood to have this road right in my kitchen. The plan shows gravel, but the builder says it's going to be paved. And I don't think that that's consistent with the application. It's not mentioned on the application at all, or the plans. It says gravel. There's a phone drop pole, they call it, a phone pole going to be going in there, and that is like directly on the corner of my driveway where it meets their road. So in terms of me plowing or getting out of there, I think that absolutely creates a hardship. And they're also making my property a corner lot now. And I know my house is grandfathered in because it was built before Saco was a city. So I don't know what the repercussions of that are. And I heard that there was well-draining soil, but having been there for over a decade, I can tell you that it pools. The whole front yard over at the Gotchen property fills with water. And so does it in the back where our other neighbors are. It is not well-draining soil. I'd like to see a scientific report showing me that that is well-draining soil because I don't believe it. It doesn't pass the straight face test. And when it goes, if you could put the picture up of the road.
Could you, for the proposal that we had up before?
Yeah, it was up there before. Am I not allowed
Is
to
that,
have that?
no, that's okay.
So there it is. And see where it says garage? What it doesn't show you is that my house is right in front of that, right on the driveway there. And when we're talking about it, the water coming in and going onto Mark's property, what about the people in the back? Now, the people in the back on the left, where is it going to be going for them? Is that going onto their property? I mean, and I don't believe that there's a sufficient vegetative border there. And so those are my concerns. Of course, as it was mentioned, with it being right up against my property line, putting vegetation there would absolutely hinder me clearing all that snow by myself. I live there alone. And not having it turn to ice and stay to ice all winter long, creating additional expense for me to try and figure out how to get it off. I'm 65 and I'm not exactly a 20-year-old here. So those are my major concerns.
All right, thank you.
Any questions for me?
No, what we do is we collect all of these questions and then we'll ask the applicant to address them in a written narrative or another submission, and we'll, yes.
Thank you.
But I've made note of everything.
All right, thank you, and I appreciate your hard work on this. It's obvious that you've looked at it and given it some consideration, so thank you for being good neighbors.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, seeing no one else interested in speaking tonight, I'll move that we continue the public hearing until
the August 18th planning board meeting.
until August 18th.
I will second that motion.
Any additional discussion on continuing the public hearing on this item to August 18th? Chris?
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Catherine.
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. So back to the board. Any additional direction or questions for the applicant here? I think there's a few items here. We heard from members of the public with some questions. I think some of those comments you have, some of the wetland areas, the delineation, I suspect we didn't talk about it, but I suspect you're aware of that. You're working through it.
Correct.
I think you can perhaps write a brief memo or narrative that maybe outlines stormwater, explains it, maybe further. I know we talked about it a little bit here. Understanding the requirements. I think maybe staff in their additional report or their next report, they can briefly talk about that as well. I think those are the big picture items. Is there, board member, any other items? I know it's getting late here. And Jeff?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was going to ask if you could add the location of Ms. Copeland's house onto the plan for the road profile, but I looked on page 26 of the 63-page packet. There's a soils map, and it shows that it's actually set back away from the property line quite a bit in comparison to the barn, so we're increasing some setback there. At least it gives me a little perspective. Like you said, the delineation stuff, a lot of that stuff gets worked out with Normando and their soil tests, so I'm anxious to kind of hear. I'm assuming you're coordinating kind of like an on-site meeting of those guys?
Correct.
And that would be helpful for me. I do question, the vernal pool assessment, and maybe this time of year they'll together come up with, there's oftentimes some great resolution from those joint meetings, so I'm looking forward to that report. I'm kind of wondering, I know it's a relatively small one, I didn't know if we might want to throw out a site walk, schedule a site walk, so we have a little bit of sense of the buffering. I'm kind of still trying to get an idea of this backwards flow. I mean, you've got the road profile crowned up a couple times and flow back. I think that might be helpful, especially if we're going to be making a decision on buffering along this roadway. I know we have very strict standards about parallel roadways, but it doesn't typically fall under a roadway and a driveway. So I kind of like to see the site. So those were my concerns, because like I said, I did note the wetlands delineation and was hoping to get the feedback from that joint meeting. And we should obviously, between now and August, right, you have plenty of time for your team. Thank you.
Sure. All right, thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts from board members on scheduling a site walk for this item? Let's do it. Jeff, yes? Some head nods, sure. Is there a time that we can schedule now, or do we need to take a moment to look ahead, or is that something we can schedule this evening?
And for noticing purposes, that'll push us towards the first week of July, which we could look at July 1st or June 30th, July 1st, or July 2nd. Typically around holidays, I would say let's look for something on July 7th, 8th, or 9th, just to be certain that it usually helps with availability. Especially with that Friday being the holiday observed, so people might take off the week before, not to assume vacations, but I would look at July 7th, 8th, or 9th at 8 in the morning. So yeah, I can send an email out, or we can just confirm it now real quick at 8 a.m. on those 3 of the days. I'd look at Austin, but I assume you'll make it work.
Someone will be there.
Hell yeah.
I would prefer the 9th. Possible. I'm not sure if that works for other.
I would prefer not the 7th, so 9th.
Not the 7th.
We also have time, so we could do the 14th, 15th, or 16th as well. Oh, did you say yes to the 9th?
The 9th is fine. Yeah.
Oh, cool. I thought you said you didn't like Thursdays.
No, just the Tuesday.
Yeah.
9th is fine.
Yeah.
I could do the 8th or the 9th.
Okay. So the 9th it is, and we briefly question from a neighbor. Go ahead.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
How does this Wednesday
Don't worry
work?
about
So if we were able to do Wednesday, so we could get an accommodated neighbor,
Wednesday, the 8th?
Wednesday the 8th?
Yeah.
Got some nods. Jeff? Okay, we'll do Wednesday the 8th at 8 a.m.
Is there, can we park on that section of Ferry Road? Is there close parking?
You can park there, sure. Everybody does.
Park at Sandy Bottom.
Well, why don't we ask staff to work with the applicant, and in the notice, we can verify how we can park, but we'll.
Yeah, we'll have to include it in that, so we'll
Sure.
let you know.
So we'll continue public hearing, schedule site walk for July 8th, 8 a.m. All right, anything else for the applicant from board members?
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we continue review of this application till August 18th.
I second that motion.
Thank you for the motion, Jim, and the second, Jeff. Any additional discussion? All right, those in favor, Chris?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Catherine?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to continue to August 18th.
Thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that, quickly here, thank you everyone for staying with us late. General correspondences, we had those 3 items that we provided. Anything additional, Charles, on that? Any additional general correspondences? Your microphone's off, sorry.
Tough. I do think that the public comment that will be uploaded that was spoken in public comment today, giving you the one uploaded tomorrow is more of a general correspondence. So I would just refer to the after the fact packet tomorrow, as it's technically not a public comment on an item, but I would have put it in general correspondence if I received it timely. But none tonight.
All right, great, thank you. Any additional planning department updates or discussion items?
So as you heard earlier, I'm reporting back to the planning board per the application approval for the ecology school, 184 Simpson Road, that we did do our Q2 traffic monitoring. So this is the planning department reporting out.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Jeff?
Could I ask, just out of curiosity, I think that used to be like Sebago Technics that was doing the monitoring, and, you know, we've kind of changed to VHB.
So Sebago was on their applicant team.
Okay.
So they were the applicant team. I believe we had a different peer reviewer previously. My time, it's only been VHB.
I guess just out of curiosity,
Yeah.
right? Because I think I've noticed that our peer reviews, we've kind of changed a few vendors on different ones, and I think we're getting much more substantial reports back, and we don't always stay with the same one, which is great because they kind of, I think it brings their game up a little bit. Is there any chance that we could, you know, split the quarters or alternate, you know, having a traffic count done by one firm? Because that way maybe we might get away from some of the, you know, implied content that we're looking at a website. It just might help, and if we had some really drastic numbers, we could say, hey, what's going on here?
Yeah, I could take a look, especially as it works for in general and for this. Typically, we like to keep. It depends on who the other folks are on a project. So like VHB has been our big one, but they're working on a different development, so we bring in a different third-party reviewer. It just depends who's the engineer. It's a small state, but I think we can look to diversify it for this case see if it changes anything, just freshen it up, keep them on their feet.
I mean, if nothing else, you have more cards in your lineup, right? If somebody has a conflict, then we have experience with another firm.
Yeah, we have a list of, I think the city put out an RFP for general contracting for these type of third-party peer review services. So I believe we have about 15 to 16 vendors. I don't quote me on that number, but quite substantial. So if we did have a project that was like a VHB, Goral Palmer, like Mega Collab, we have other peer reviewers we can use in that situation. I think because especially a lot of these engineering firms now are multifaceted, multi-purpose, we really do that. I think luckily for like wetland wildlife, our peer reviewer is very consistent because they don't do a lot of development work. But when it comes to engineering review, the firms do a lot of different types of work at this point. So, but I think looking at how we use it for this type of monitoring, I think that's totally something that we could look into. And it depends on contract stuff, so.
Yeah, great, thank you.
I'm also thinking we could ask whoever's doing the monitoring to do a more detailed approach to the questioning. To not just look at the public website, but to actually get a list of all of the events. I don't think that's necessarily the fault of the engineering firm. We could specify that we're looking for all events, not just public events.
I'll follow up on that. I know that administration and our attorney will be looking at all of this, so.
Great, thank you. Any planning board comments beyond that? Catherine?
I was looking on the planning board section of the city website, and it only has the 2025 meeting schedule and the planning board members.
So I'm hoping the entire planning related website stuff is updated by the end of the month.
Okay.
So we're doing a complete overhaul, and then we'll go in and fill in stuff. There's just a lot to change, and I'd rather do all the major changes than go back and fill, so.
Okay.
It is, I am keeping the project, the site that is up to date is the planning projects under review, and our agendas automatically update, so we're kind of keeping the ship afloat, but we're doing a pretty substantial overhaul to the flow of the planning department to be a little bit more educative for the planning board process, the development review process, try to, triage some of the questions we get early on from applicants, kind of provide more resources. Right now, it's just a mash of information. So we're hoping to, by the end of the month, mid-July is my hope to get it all ironed out.
Okay.
But yes,
there's
multiple issues.
I was looking at the 2026 schedule and then realized there was only 25 on there, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other planning board comments? All right, great, thank you. Late night this evening, I appreciate everyone being able to stay a few extra minutes here. And with that, we will adjourn at 10:24 p.m. Thank you, everyone.